Hello, everyone. Happy Ace Attorney Monday. Hello, Sarah, True Trend, Holly, Trish, Chill.
Wouldn't you like to know, Weather Boy?
Where are your parents?
Chill, Holly. Thank you, Chill, for the 222 bits. Where are his parents? Sorry, let me get rid of this. Thank you for the 222. I hope everyone has had spectacular starts to their weeks thus far. This morning I watched and loved your Arcane Season 2, Episode 2 reaction. Very excited for the rest. Thank you. I'm really glad you enjoyed it, and thank you for the Patreon support. Yeah, the Episode 1 will go up today. I haven't started editing Episode 3 because of Rebirth stuff, but hopefully this week I'll be able to get a start on it. And I'm really glad you enjoyed Episode 2. Thank you so much for the 222. Thank you, Sarah. Thank you very much. Polar, thank you for the 27 months. At last, I can be there for some long-awaited justice. Welcome in. Welcome in. Delighted to have you. Thank you so much, Polar, for the 27. Novarix, how are you? Oh, and congrats, Holly. Congrats, Holly, for getting the trilogy on Switch. I hope it was a good price. Wolfman, Rose, Stoof, Rose, I hope you're doing a little better today. After the Spurs stuff yesterday. Wolfman, Ray, how are you? Tom, hello. Ray, yes, Ray. I tweeted this like a few days ago, but it's crazy. I swear every single Trails game I play happens to have an OST for a random route that just gets me really emotional, really melancholic. And Cold Steel 4 has done that as well. Anarchic, how are you? Hypercuban? I am doing well. I'm having a good start to the day. And yeah, like Sarah said, my Arcane reactions are currently the first 2 episodes are on Patreon. The first episode will go on YouTube today. But Patreon is always ahead. Darkenine? I am, yes, I'm glad. Imagine getting reminded of Spurs yesterday. What's the next game? I don't remember. What's Spurs' next game? Let's see. Tottenham Hotspur. Next game is against Chelsea. Oh no, Bournemouth away. That's tough. Bournemouth away is tough. Oh boy. What happened with Spurs? They drew. They didn't play well and they drew. I started Trails in the Sky yesterday. Oh, I hope you're enjoying it so far. I really like the beginning to Trails in the Sky. Trails in the Sky is currently my least favorite in the series, I guess, but I really it has a fond spot in my heart. I'm really nostalgic about it, and I think the start to the game is really good. Like, the vibes are very comfy. The music's really good. I hope you enjoy it. I think I said hi to everyone. And yeah, thrashed Man City at the Etihad. So they're just kind of weird. They're just kind of weird. Whereas with United, it's like we know we're shit. And we're just looking for any signs of encouragement. But Spurs look really, really amazing one match. And then look really mediocre the next. So it's like, what do I do with my hope? I get your quandary, Rose. I hope you're enjoying Final Fantasy 12, Wolfman. 12 is good. So yeah, I also finished The Penguin last night. The Penguin was good. I enjoyed that a lot. It was really good, actually. So that was cool. No big updates aside from that, I guess. I'm gonna try to finish Rebirth this week. We'll see. Penguin's good. Penguin's good. I liked it better than the Batman movie. Probably, all in all. Hello, Cal. Hello, Dethalia. Welcome in, guys. On a scale from 1 to 5, how much did Heaven's Word change me? Okay. That's a good one, Trish, because Heaven's Ward as a story in and of itself, I really like, but it's not like a life-changing story. But it was what hooked me properly into 14, which is now my favorite game of all time. So 3. Yeah, I don't think I like it a ton better than the movie, but I do like it. Maybe it's just a byproduct of it being a TV show. If you do get to it, Sarah, I hope you enjoyed it. If you enjoyed the Batman, I don't see why you wouldn't enjoy the Penguin. It really surprised me with how good it is and how rich it makes Gotham as a setting. 3 out of 5 is really good for influence, for sure. Especially considering I only beat it or finished it 2 years ago or something, 2.5 years ago, which is pretty recent for life-changing stuff. As you should, Cal. The beginning of Heaven's Ward Muck, I love it so much. It's so great. The opening movie, the Ishgard. Excuse me, sorry. It's so good. Say one nice thing about romaine lettuce. I just really respect the man because you can just tell the job he has to look like this at age 35. It must be stressful as hell, and he kept it together, you know? But mostly, I think the most positive thing I can say about him is he's memorable. His last shot, you know the one, is very memorable. And it'll never leave my mind as iconic. We'll see. We'll see if that... His determination to speak while dying? Me too. He really wanted to let us know that he got shot, and that he was cold, and I respect it. Thank you, Simba. Thank you very much, Simba. I heard you mention The Penguin and I Spawned. Love that show, and the performance of Oz and Sophia was 10 out of 10. They were. It was so good. It was really, really good, Simba. Yeah, thank you for the 17. Yeah, I finished it yesterday. It was really good. Don't forget about The Witness. You're right. Man, I'm realizing now... Oops, shit. I'm realizing now that I've got to actually, think. Ace Attorney forces you to actually think about stuff. Crazy. Hello, Cosmics. Every Monday, as long as it's not like Christmas, we'll be streaming Ace Attorney until we finish it. Thank you again, Simba. Top 5 most anticipated shows for 2025 anime or live action. I don't know of any live action stuff coming out that I'm really looking forward to. Thinking in my media, in my AJ streams, listen, when we get to Resident Evil, I promise you, there's gonna be no thinking. You got stuck at some points? Oh boy. Oh boy. We'll see. I have gotten a little stuck at points during this. Okay, most anticipated shows for 2025. Beastars comes out before 2025, I think. But I'm gonna say Beastars anyway. Let's see, what anime is upcoming? The rest of... I don't know if ReZero is most anticipated. I'm gonna check out Sakamoto Days. Yeah, I'll check it out. What's even coming out, though? Like, 2024 was a prime year for media in video games and in TV shows and anime, but What's even coming out in 2025? Okay, Beastars. What's it called in English? Apothecary Diaries. Apothecary Diaries, Season 2. Okay. For shows, I was gonna say a video game, which is Metaphor, which didn't even come out, which came out this year. What else? Oh, that's porn, I think. No. My enemy list just showing me porn. Maybe, I guess, free run? Feel free to share your own. And maybe I'm just, like, missing or not remembering stuff. Medalist? I'll check out Medalist for sure. I've heard good things about Medalist. I just am not personally looking forward to it myself because I don't know anything about it. But, yeah. The Last of Us 2? I'll watch that. I like the Season 1. Would you say this game is more challenging than the OG trilogy or about the same? I think it's about the same. I think it's harder in some ways and easier in others. Witch Hat Atelier. Witch Hat Atelier. Sure, let's add that. I did read the first chapter of Witch Hat Atelier. Only thing I'm thinking about is the new Yakuza game in 2025. I don't know what else is coming out. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to the new Yakuza game, but that wouldn't be part of the question because it's a video game. 2024, we were blessed, man. I can't wait for Metaphor. I'm so excited for it. I can't wait for just anything else I'll stream. Yeah, there's a Yakuza game. There might be a Trails game. I don't remember. Oh, the Summer Hikaru died. I saw a trailer of that. That looks really good. I dropped Fire Force, but I might pick it up again. Oh, okay, the adaptation doesn't look good? Oh, no. Well, I might have to read the manga then. Hey, Pedrolito. My least favorite case in the whole franchise gotta be a fun stream experience? It's been fun so far. I'm really curious about why people think this is, so... Why people really don't like it. Because so far it's been pretty... I think it's been just a... They varied up the structure in an interesting way, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it, really, so far. Never, Simba. GTA 6, I unfortunately don't like GTA. But I'm happy for everyone who's excited. Excuse me, who's excited for it. I'm so glad, Ray. I'm so glad you're enjoying it. Everyone who talks to me about Metaphor ends up really liking it. I can't wait to stream it. Blue Lock Season 2, yeah. But I'm liking Dandadan a lot. Blue Box. ReZero. How come I don't like GTA? I never found the story interesting. I don't know, it's just like... The type of game it is, I find... It's just not up my alley. It's really... nothing about it engages me. Red Dead Redemption 2 strikes me as the type of game that would more engage me, which we will also be streaming. Maybe that'll be a 2025 media. We'll see. Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's kind of my answer then. Episode 7 of Dandadan, unreal. Anyways, I think that's everything. I'm really confused, or I'm not sure about whether we'll be able to finish this case today, because I imagine we have the rest of the trial, then the day, and then the trial again. So I'll go for it, but if it just isn't in the cards, I obviously won't force anything, but I think it's kind of a goal. We'll see how hard it is. Question of the day. True. Question of the day. This is a fun one. Which Ace Attorney game, which single game, is the most emotional for you? I have two answers to this, of the 5.5 I've played. The most emotional Ace Attorney game. And I'm curious about if people are gonna give me ones that I haven't played yet. That is a good combo, Trish. This one? Whoa. This one, the most emotional. Really? Holy shit. Trials and Tribulations. Hey, Blackerman, how are you? Soul Samurai? Spirit of Justice? See, mine is tied between Trials and Tribulations and Great Ace Attorney 2. Yeah, mine as well, Jonathan. Mine as well, Cal. The first one, Mia dying? Ace Attorney hasn't struck me emotionally like that yet, but parts of Trials and Tribulations was pretty wonderful. Yeah, like, Ace Attorney never really has me weeping like Yakuza, you know? Hey, Briggs. Trials and Tribulations. Ace Attorney never has me, like, weeping like Yakuza, but I think there are cases that are quite emotional. And I think the most emotional I've gotten was something in Great Ace Attorney 2 with Iris and Herlock. That really got me. But I think overall the most emotional game is probably Trials and Tribulations. Dual Destiny and Great Ace Attorney 2. I'm really interested that a couple of people have said this game. That's cool. Because so far, I'm sure it's fair to say, like, it's understandable why I don't think that. But that makes me excited. Wow, that's so cool, Sarah. This one's real close? Damn! Nothing gets me like Yakuza. We just finished the Infinite Wealth playthrough, Cal. I cried basically every stream. Maybe one or two streams I didn't cry. It is so peak. Probably the Great Ace Attorney on the whole. I love Great Ace Attorney. Anyways, with regards to games to play in the future, there was the Steam sale. So I bought 4 Resident Evil games, Devil May Cry. I think that's it. But I'm so excited about the future of and which games we'll play. Like Resident Evil, Blind Devil May Cry, more Ace Attorney, Red Dead Redemption, Metaphor, Red Dead Redemption 2 specifically, Metaphor, Persona 3 Reload, more Yakuza, Metal Gear Solid whenever the hell they release it. Like, we're cooking. I bought Resident Evil 1, 2, 3, and 4. Top 5 cries you had in the Yakuza series playthrough? Oh my god, okay. The end of 7, the end of Gaiden, the end of 6, an off-screen cry during Infinite Wealth, and then, just like a bunch of stuff throughout Infinite Wealth with Chapter 8. Oh, we're gonna play Metal Gear Solid 4. Like, I've been waiting. Literally, I've been saying for months that the moment Konami releases the port for Metal Gear Solid 4, we're playing it on stream. Like, frame 1, we're gonna do it as soon as possible. I just need them to release it. I just want them to release it. Can I say Ghost Trick? No. Nice try, Tom. Nice try. But your answer makes sense anyway. What if it never happens? No, don't say that. Don't say that. Okay. What was the off-screen just thinking about the game retroactively? That was after the big reveal. Hello, Dave. Good morning. That was after the big reveal. The early big reveal, you know? And then I just kind of was... The whole rest of the day, I was just miserable and I cried. So yeah. Looking forward to the next streaming game, whichever one it'll be. Me too. I think a lot of it depends on how I feel about... If this game ends and I want to jump into Ace Attorney Investigations, I might do that, because I've been told that Ace Attorney Investigations is probably the best Ace Attorney game to do next. But I'm also big thinking about Resident Evil. Resident Evil Remake for the first one. I'm low-key thinking a little bit about Devil May Cry 3. Those are the three... one of those three is next. Ace Attorney Investigations, Resident Evil, and Devil May Cry 3. And then, no, fake news, Trish. And then, because I want like a couple short games before getting into Metaphor. Metaphor is on the horizon, for sure. But I want to do another game, another shorter game or two before that. So yeah, Investigations... I know Investigations isn't as short as Resident Evil or Devil May Cry 3. But, one of those three. And we'll play them all eventually, but it's just about the order. Ace Attorney 5 would also work. There's a message with context I sent to Sarah that'll send you once you're done with the game. Okay, yeah, that's also up in the air. Investigations are 5, whatever the next Ace Attorney is. Wow, Dathalia and Simba just asked the exact same question. I'm not playing Yakuza, the new Yakuza on release, because I want you guys to be able to play it. I'm gonna give it at least a few weeks. At least a few weeks. Any reason for jumping to Devil May Cry 3 and not starting with 1? Yeah, I heard it sucks, and I wouldn't like it. I heard it's a good idea for me personally to jump into 3. So yeah, we'll get to Yakuza, but it comes out towards late February. I imagine I'll get to it April or May, something like that. Would I watch the cutscenes for 1? I don't know. I wasn't planning on it. Devil May Cry 1 is great? I'm sure it is. I'm not playing it, though. I'm not sure. I'm going to talk with... Like, I have a couple people who know the series really well, and I'm going to talk with them about if I need to watch cutscenes. But if I do, I probably will do it off-stream. Yeah, I'm not playing 1. I'm not playing 1 or 2. For Devil May Cry, yeah. The template. And I can't talk about evolution versus revolution again, but I am evolution over revolution. Devil May Cry 2, I heard that's like in the conversation for the worst, like one of the worst games ever. Which is fun. Honestly, I'm more tempted to play 2 than 1. Oh, cool, Ray. That's cool. Oh, shit. Yeah, Dave, I was planning, like, the plan is to play 3, 4, and 5. Assuming I don't, like, hate 3, then I'll play all 3, 4, and 5. Because I heard 3, 4, and 5 are good. Like, I want to try out the series, and those are the best, apparently. You would adore the art direction in 1. It's the strongest out of any game. I'm sure it is. Like, but the ship has sailed. I'm not playing it. I admire the attempts, but I've already had these conversations. I'm sure it's great, but I'm not playing it. Bad is better than bland, true. And I want that JYB goodness. I want that JYB big goodness. I don't think you'll hate it. I haven't hated a single thing I've ever played on stream, so probably not. But there is a chance that it may not be for... It may not be a stream game. You know? Like, Xenoblade 3 wasn't a stream game for me. So we'll see. We'll see. I do know that it'll be fun to see me try the gameplay. That'll be interesting. See ya, Simba. Have a great day. Thank you. Thank you, Trish. Because it's so cold, I'm able to wear sweatshirts instead of t-shirts. Okay. I gotta actually think. Hello, Ryuka. How are you? It's done irreparable damage to my hands. Oh, shit. Oh, boy. I was on my way from the stage to the backstage exit. There was something like a little window there. That's how I saw it. Okay, okay. I'm excited too, Anarchic. I'm very excited for both of them. There were 2 shots. I couldn't do anything to stop it. Okay. There was 2, right? I'm pretty sure there were 2. Okay. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. A grown person. Why? Because of the height? So you did witness the crime. Thank you, Quicksilver, for the 35-month resub. Thank you very, very, very much. I hope you had a great weekend. I'm glad it's sorted out, Ryuka. She didn't mention how cold the room is, that's true. So you did witness the crime, and the killer was a grown person, you say? This is my first time hearing this, I assure you. Nice play, Hair Forehead. Very well, Mr. Justice. You may begin. Okay. Great going, Apollo. You were right about, Lami. What's wrong? You don't look too happy. This whole thing smells fishy. That's what's wrong. Okay, there were a couple of things. So, that's fine. I think this is fine. There were 2 shots. This makes sense. But it wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. I know it was. Okay. Wait, let me see the core record. What? Am I forgetting how to control this game? I want to see the character profiles. Really, Dave? I heard it's similar to a dynamic I love from another show I've seen. Maybe one of those characters? Okay. It wasn't Machi. It was a grown person. Trigun, Stampede. A grown person, that's a little vague. I am sorry. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. My skill with your language is lacking, I know. Well, certainly you could at least see whether the shooter was male or female. Thank you for the follow. It was a man, a young man. And you're sure of that? Yes, his voice was quite clear. Voice? Ah! Blind pianist. There's a Devil May Cry anime? I didn't know that. Voice, okay. Looking at the diagram, it seems the dressing room was quite cluttered. It does seem likely that you wouldn't have had a clear view of the shooter. As a singer, I rely more on my ears than my eyes. When I hear a voice, I do not forget it. That voice was the voice of a man. So you heard a voice, but wait. Couldn't that have been the victim, Mr. Latouche? Absolutely not. Did I not just say that I do not forget a voice? Devil May Cry Baby. Nice. I don't know anything about it, Wolfman. Indeed. So you were at the window and you heard the shooter's voice, the voice of a young man. Apollo, this is a good testimony. That proves it wasn't Machi. Indeed. If this turns out to be true, it would cast this case in a considerably different light. What is the defense's opinion of the testimony? Okay, well, it's definitely contradictory with the way that Apollo's been acting. I don't understand why. Oh, you're hesitant about it, Dave? Interesting. Okay. The voice of a man. It can't have been him. I need to get my brain in gear, man. Really, Jonathan? Twilight Princess is by far my favorite Wii game. And I think not by far, but my favorite GameCube game as well. That's high praise. Apollo's desire to point out contradictions far outweighs his desire to defend his client. That's what well, that is funny, isn't it? Okay, I think it's contradictory, given the way that Apollo's approached this, but I don't know why. Though it pains me to say this. There's something about Lami's testimony that rings false. Bravo, Hair Forehead. You're colder than I thought. I'm sure you remember what the problem is as well as I do, Gavin. As has been established, no grown man... Oh, yeah, true, that's it. That's the contradiction. Could pass through the air vent. He couldn't have fled the scene of the crime. But that means Lami has to be lying. I know, and I know it's bad for our case, but I can't shut my eyes to this. One of my favorite things about Ace Attorney protagonists is the way they sort of grapple with what it means to, with what justice means and the truth, with regards to their clients. So it's cool that Apollo is diving into this sort of stuff as well. Believe me, the idea was tempting. It is as Hair Forehead says. Yet this is not the only contradiction within her testimony. What next? What's he talking about? Lami, I understand why you want to protect Machi, yet remember, you are the siren of the ballad, and lies do not become such a creature. What does the prosecution mean? I know, Briggs. That's kind of what's peak about it. Naruhodo big time goes in on that idea, for sure. What's he talking about? How come no one bats an eye when he says stuff like that? I recall the state of the crime scene quite well. The state of the room? Yes, and when the murder took place, that window was closed. I find it hard to believe you could hear a voice through it. What? But I'm sure... Lami, I have nothing but the highest regard for your musical sense. But my opinion of you as a witness is somewhat lesser. If there were older Fire Emblem games on Steam, there's a chance I could play them on stream. Mine as well, Smoothies. Mine as well. Naruhodo's like my third or fourth favorite character in the Great Ace Attorney. I think third. She's the only eyewitness we have.
Objection!
So you say, and the victim named her, the Siren, as the witness? That's right. That's what Mr. Latouche... We heard your claim. We even entertained the possibility, and it brought us to this. Herr Judge. Yes? The prosecution requests that the witness be I thought he said executed. Be excused, please. I'm afraid I must honor the prosecution's request. There is indeed a question of the witness's credibility. Execute her! But if Lami can't testify, then we don't have a chance of proving Machi's innocence. This cross-examination's over, Prosecutor Gavin. You may continue making your case. Danke. Now, where were we? I would like to hear from Fraulein Detective again. Objection! Let me hear Lami's testimony one last time. But the cross-examination's already over. Until such a time as a need arises, this witness may leave the stand. I'm sorry I could not be of more assistance. That's how they treat liars in Germany. Is this true, Germans? Damn. At last, back to the real trial. Yes? Ready, Herr Forehead? I hope I didn't miss my only chance. I'd rather not, Wolfman. I'd rather not. It's a bit of a pain with the capture card. It's not impossible, but I run into some issues. Maybe once I upgrade my PC, I'd be able to stream Switch games. How far had we gotten until we were so rudely interrupted? Yeah? Don't ask me. I dislike saying the same thing twice, and I never repeat a song for an encore. If you would, Miss Sky. I believe I was saying that the only way Mr. Latouche's killer could have escaped was through the air vent in the ceiling. There was only one door in the room, and a witness, you, was standing in front of it. That air vent isn't very big, see? Kind of limits the people who could possibly get through. I certainly would have a difficult time. You sure would. Not that you would have been there in the first place, though. Remember, the whole backstage area was off-limits to people not involved with the concert. The only one who meets the conditions for our killer is the defendant. A virtuoso performance! I couldn't have put it better myself. She does state a clear case. Though, reading the report, something caught my eye. What's that? The circumstances of the defendant's arrest. I can stream Switch games, it's just, not as seamless as doing it on Steam. That's right, Apollo. Remember when we found Machi? That was bizarre. That was so weird. Why does everyone not like this case? Not everyone, but you know. She's right. Why did Mr. Latouche's body disappear from the room? It is peak. And end up on top of that stage tower. Oh, me too, Absabius. I need another 3 today. Holding a guitar, no less. A perceptive observation here, Judge. Thanks. It was kind of an accident, really. But you work in this job long enough, you get a nose for these things. The judge sure seems pleased with himself. Very good, Fraulein Detective. Perhaps you can tie it all together for us. Case 3 syndrome. I don't think it's that bad. There have been defenders of the case. I don't think Weaver's here, but Weaver defended it. Sarah, a couple others have said this is pretty... This one isn't... They defend it. Briggs, why was the body moved? And how does that lead us to the killer? Holly? Holly as well? I like this case so far. Me too! I don't see anything wrong with it so far. Yeah, me neither, Sarah. I'm interested in what people say about it. I do not remember anything about it. Damn. Not even the clavier performance? I like it too. Very nice. I believe Machi stole the body because of some lyrics. He moved the body to match Lami's song. No one in this country had a motive to kill the victim. What? Why? And Machi practically left his signature at the scene. How? All this evidence clearly points to the defendant. Lami's song. Yes, the guitar serenade. You noticed it's code too, did you not? It's code. All the events that day follow the lyrics to our song. True. First, the keys my heart held on to so tightly were stolen. Then the prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flames on stage. Mr. Latusse's life was taken by a bullet. The rest hardly needs explanation. Guitar, guitar, up together to the sky. That's mad! It's like a story out of some fairy tale. Smoothies, when the time comes, feel free to point out what the complaints are. Maybe I'll be able to guess, but I don't know. I'm curious. Yeah, we'll talk about it at the end. I'm so glad you're excited, Wolfman. It'll be out very soon. It won't get views. It will not get views. It's going to be 9 hours, so it won't get views. But I'm not doing it for views, so that's okay. I love the idea that Machi killed the victim, brought him up on stage, lifted the body up, just to follow some lyrics, and then fainted beside... Well, we need to prove... You know, if you think of it that way, it's hilarious. We need to prove it. We need to prove that that's not what happened. It's going to be literally 9 hours, yeah. I'd forgotten about the song. But there it is now, waiting for me, the grand finale, as it were. Hey, you know, I was the one who first noticed that. I've heard of jumping rope to songs and counting to songs. But killing? It's a wild world out there, Hair Judge. True, he could be exhausted. Very well. We've heard one song and dance, let's get to the next, the cross-examination. I'm not so sure I'm going to be doing much singing. Okay, the third and fourth ones are the most interesting. The third and fourth ones. What do you mean by his signature? The bullet holes in the wall, of course. The bullet holes. The revolver was fired twice. One shot missed and one left a hole. And that means what exactly? That dressing room isn't exactly spacious. Picture the shooter facing off with the victim in there. They can't have been more than 5 feet apart. It would be difficult, almost impossible, to miss at that range. Difficult to miss, you say? Very, assuming the shooter could properly aim. You can't be serious. Oh. Machi, he can't see. That's why he missed? Oh boy, it's the only explanation that makes sense. Listen, I've never shot a gun in my life, but I'm sure I'm an awful shot. And I'm not blind. He used sound and other senses to fire the gun. Poorly. That reminds me, the monitor in that room was blaring at the time. Yeah? Hardly ideal conditions for tracking by sound. A blind shooter. No wonder he missed. I knew those bullet holes would come back to haunt me. Think, Justice, what do I do now? Raise an objection? Sure, there were bullet holes left in the wall. But that doesn't prove the shooter couldn't see. True. I'm gonna have to prove that. Oh, how so? Well, there could have been a struggle with the victim. That's certainly possible. And it might have been the revolver's fault. The revolver. The revolver was a very large caliber, correct? If the shooter wasn't used to firing such a large weapon, why it could dislocate their shoulder. Exactly. The defendant, Machi Tobai, is, as you can see, tiny. He's a little guy. It's not so hard to picture him firing the gun and missing entirely. The kickback alone would throw off his aim. A convincing argument, to be sure. I didn't even have to prove anything. Take that, smug prosecution. Apollo? Huh? What? That bit about Machi being tiny. And the gun throwing off his aim? Aren't you kind of a... Oh. Admitting that he did... That's fucking hilarious. Oh, it does not matter why he missed. What matters is that the shooter was without a doubt the defendant. Oh boy. Even the defense seems to agree on that point. Yeah, there was other reasons why Machi would miss. Not that he's blind. That is so funny. Cripes, I really put my foot in it this time. But let's get to the facts of the matter on record. If you would, Fraulein Detective. Very well, the witness will add this to her testimony. Right. Shit. Okay, Peak. Cinema. You know what I just thought? Wait, hold up. Hold up. I think I'm cooking. Oh, I think we're locked in, baby. But I don't know if I should press this or... No, I think I gotta press this. Okay, hold on. Let me cook. You can't say he was blind just because of those bullet holes in the wall. I think I've proven that. I wouldn't call it proof per se. Huh? You've merely raised a possibility. Fraulein Detective has made the most logical conjecture based upon the evidence. Of course, there is more evidence than just bullet holes. The defendant who was the only one who could have escaped through the air vents. But wait, if he was blind, how would he know about the air vent in the first place? A very good point. Well, Fraulein Detective, if you would care to explain? He certainly seems sure of himself. Recall the crime scene if you would. There was a stepladder below an air vent. As it happens, maintenance was scheduled for that day. Custodian staff went around checking all the air vents. I don't believe it. Everyone backstage was told about the maintenance, including Machi Tobai. She's being very antagonistic today. He would have known that there was a way out at the top of that stepladder. But why is this the first time I'm hearing about this? You could have figured it out for yourself. You only needed to consider that what the stepladder was doing there. Looks like the defense's objection has been squished by a stepladder. Well, Herr Forehead? Out of ammunition, perhaps? I've never seen Prosecutor Gavin so aggressive, ayo? Me too, Tom. Maybe he's got the scent of blood. Apollo, don't you have something? Anything? Okay, I do. I think I do. You know what we need? Something to prove that the killer could see. I think I have it. That'll put him in his place. Proving the shooter was sighted would do it. That would take down one of their central points. Do I have any evidence to prove that? Yes. I accept the prosecution's challenge, as I knew you would, Herr Forehead. What exactly am I up against here? The prosecution is saying... Wait. Okay, no, I think it's okay. That the shooter missed because they couldn't see. Therefore, Machi, who's blind, did it. The defense will please present their evidence. Evidence that overturns the prosecution's claim that the shooter couldn't see. Okay. I think it's this. Do you know why? Do you know why? I'll tell you why. There we go. This is that evidence. You know why? I'll tell you before he tells him. Mr. I'm cold. I'm laying on my stomach, ass up. I'm dying. I got shot. Mr. Latouche, him, wrote a message. I hope so, Tom. He wrote a message. Something to do with the killer. But that message was rubbed by someone's hand. How would a blind person know that he did that? Nope. They can see. This is that evidence. The photograph of the crime scene. I don't care much for the smirk on Prosecutor Gavin's face, but this is no time to think twice, time to press on. You see. Yes, Your Honor, the crime scene. There's something in here that decisively contradicts the prosecution's point. Perhaps you could show us this something. Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to... No. No, they're making this too easy. Come on. He really did say that, right? Yeah, he did. I don't know what to do with this information. Very well, show us what you're talking about, Mr. Justice. What did he mean by this? We all know. We all know. The contradiction is right here. Right here. The smeared bloodstains. I thought it was just my blurry vision. But it really was blurry. The way the victim's hand is raised above his head, much like a gesture I've seen many times in this court. It's almost as if he wrote something. I get it, at least I think I get it. Get what, Fraulein? When Mr. Latouche was shot, he tried to write something. And what would he write about but the shooter's name? And what could he write it in but his own blood? Pretty good. Thanks for making my point for me. In fact, that's what I think happened here. That does seem to be a distinct possibility. The victim wrote the killer's name. It's certainly a good, logical conclusion. Drat, I just wish it weren't all rubbed out like that. Of course it's rubbed out. Why, if I were a killer? I certainly wouldn't want to leave my own name behind. What's up, Mel? How many times did Roman Lettuce die today? None so far, actually. But we did just use that photo for evidence. Neither would I. Oh, we also had this line. Let me. No one has anything else to say? Let me just show you this line. Clavier has said to Apollo, "Get your finger out of the breeze and put it to good use, yeah?" Anyway. About what? So the prosecution accepts this? You agree that this was the victim making an attempt to record the name of his killer? And that the killer tried to rub the name out? Yowie wins. What's your point? What's my point? Let me ask you this. How did the killer know the victim was writing their name? Well, Mr. Latouche was writing something in blood. Once the killer saw what it... Yowie wins? Wait. Once he saw what it was. But what did you just testify about the shooter? I said they were blind. Ack! Yet the crime scene itself contradicts that. The killer had to have been able to see. Why would they rub out the name in blood otherwise? May I remind the court... he couldn't have been the shooter. Impossible. Order! Prosecutor Gavin, please explain to me what this all means? I mean, looking at this photo, it seems quite clear that the shooter could see. Yet, up until now... It seems I owe the court an apology. The Gaviners are a band with law enforcement ties, yet a murder occurred. During our concert, apparently this caused some confusion over jurisdiction. As a result, some reports were not filed in an entirely timely manner. I'm not sure I like the vibe I'm getting here. Apollo, look at him. Why is Prosecutor Gavin all relaxed and smiling like that? He always is. Like he knows something we don't, and he's about to tell us. I've got an idea. Let's rock! With these documents. But before that, I have a question for the Fraulein detective. If I may. What? Tell me. Why do you think that Machi Tobai is blue? That's what I was worried about. Me too, Coffee. That's what I was worried about. Why do you think he's blind? What did he say? What are you saying? Of course he's blind. Of course. He's the blind pianist, right? So he's... Doesn't Lami lead him around by the hand all the time? No way. I have a report here on the defendant, Machi Tobai. According to this, Machi Tobai can see perfectly well. His blindness was merely a publicity ploy by those clever Borginians. He can see quite well. Objection! But you said... What did I say exactly? Hair Forehead, not once in the course of this trial have I claimed the defendant was blind. You motherfucker. The only one who did was Fraulein Detective. But that's a significant fact, yes, consider. Machi Tobai sees. Updated blindness report. What does it say? He was the only one who could have fled through the air vents. I see no problems with this. True Charge says. What about the bullet holes? Yes, the bullet holes. I believe Hair Forehead neatly explained those for us. He didn't miss because he couldn't see. It was because of the kickback. Oh. We got wrecked. I'm afraid your objection has flown off for brighter skies. This is where the real fun begins, Hair Forehead. Apollo cuts Machi's eyes out to object. I knew you didn't have what it took. He still made a whole argument earlier based on that whole fact. Was it based on the fact, or did he just use it kind of as an accessory fact? Either way, it makes sense either way that he would use it to his advantage. I knew you didn't have what it took. You jerk. Just what was I in here for? Comic relief? Yeah, apologize. Oh, sorry. That's no way to apologize. He's angered the Trucy now. Look out. If we can please end the bickering now, whatever, I'm not leaving. I can't leave like this. I'll come up with some clue to solving this case if it kills me. Apologize? But your testimony has already given us enough to convict the defendant. Don't say that. Ah! Aha! Aha what? This bloodstain, the criminal tried to wipe it off, right? That seems to be what happened. We might be able to find out what was really written here. Really? You can do that? That's right. With this. It's called luminol. Maybe you know of it? It's a chemical that reacts to blood. Minigame? Have we done those tests yet? Ha! As if I'm going to tell you. The bloodstains covered a section of the carpet. In order to perform blood tests, that section was removed and submitted. Perhaps we should request it here in court. We're so back. Right, go for it, Apollo. I have to do the test? Wait. Okay. You just have to spray the luminol. Simple. A chemical that reacts to blood. I've heard of this somewhere. We are so back. I believe an analysis is called for. Have at it. Ready? Oh my god. Trials and tribulations. It's all red. It's easy as pie. Just press A to spray an area. Give it a try. The eyes of the entire court are focused on me. Your hand's shaking, Apollo. Let's do this. Godot POV. It really works. Rate a character dynamic, Ace Attorney, and final messages written in blood. Double S. Danganronpa triple S. What does this say? This is like Ipix 314206 11037. Leon. Darkanine, thank you for the 29 months. Thank you so much, my friend. With Prime, thank you very much. This must be the power of science. It says, oh, I was pretty close. IPXX 314206. Is that the killer's name? Ipix? Is that an... If the killer was a robot, I have it! What? Aha, I have it. So what is it? I thought those letters IPXX looked familiar. This is an Interpol ID number. Interpol? You mean the International Police Agency? Yes, most are undercover agents working to solve international crimes. Well, why would he write that number? Yeah, what is he doing? You're right, Tom. Why did he do this? Why is this loser, this cold loser, writing an Interpol ID number instead of a name? It got rubbed out anyway. It got rubbed out anyway. What a weirdo. How does he even remember it? I do respect that. I do respect the hustle. Latouche belongs in the Uchikoshi verse? He does. He does. How does he know the number? I don't know. Why did he tell us about the siren witness instead of telling us the killer's name? True! Why are you speaking in riddles, you psycho? Why would Mr. Latouche even know a number like that? Yeah, what if he was wrong? What if he has messy writing? He's trying his best? He is! I appreciate it. He's also weird. Why is he doing this shit? He says siren instead of Lami. Good show, Fraulein Detective. Rock on. Your Honor. We can verify this number immediately. Darian, are you there? Come up to the witness stand. Darian, you heard what we need. Hello, Sardinias. It wasn't intentional, Eusebius. But maybe. Check this. Go check into this Interpol ID number. Sure thing. Give me 30 minutes. No, give me 27. They're so weird. I'm not sure what to think of all this. The prosecution's case is airtight, or so it seems. Yet, if this number is really that of an Interpol agent... Oh, wait, I know. What if Machi Tobai is really an undercover Interpol agent? That would be a possibility. He's... You know what, never mind. A possibility, yes. And one that would mark him as the killer for certain. Why did Latouche know an Interpol ID number? We have some time while we await Darian's report. Let's work on unraveling another mystery, shall we? A curious mystery concerning Machi Tobai. What are you talking about? Fraulein Detective, please accept my apologies. I received word that the defendant could in fact see just before the trial began. It seemed too much of a bother to tell you. You little shit! This guy! It was too much of a bother. By the way, the defendant, the core of this case, we thought he was blind. He can see. That takes 5 seconds to say? You had me until that last bit. Oh, me too, Mel. Exactly, that's why I stopped myself, VHGS. Does this not raise a rather straightforward question? Well, sure. Why did Machi pretend he couldn't see? Didn't they say publicity? Exactly. It makes little sense. Wouldn't you say? What would you think, hair forehead? He pretended he was blind. Do you know why? How could he know? Wait, Prosecutor Gavin knows why, doesn't he? He's known from the start of the trial. He's been leading us on the entire time. Something wrong? Do you think perhaps this is all some kind of game? Know that the moment I heard that report, I knew why. I suppose people who have sold over 1 million records really are something else. What does that have to do with anything? There was a reason why Machi Tobai pretended to be blind, but it wasn't for his own sake. Getting the picture now? What? Sightseeing music. Okay. There's something to do with sight in the publicity. It wasn't for himself. Well, Mr. Justice, can you present evidence that shows us why the defendant had to feign blindness? Ah. Why am I doing this? Why does Apollo have to prove it? We're the protagonist. I mean, I guess I have to show evidence. Why, though? I don't get it. Machi had no reason to pretend he couldn't see, which means, no, it couldn't be. What? Apollo just pointing the barrel at his face after hearing the question. It couldn't be. Good show. Hair, forehead. I have no clue. It seems you thought of something. Why can't I figure these things out on my own? I hate having to take my cues from this guy. Very well. Look at this. This is why he was pretending he couldn't see. What the hell? Okay. He was pretending to be blind not for his own sake. I have no clue. I have no idea. I'm so confused. What are we trying to argue? Like, why are we trying to prove that he can't see? Or why he couldn't see? What? How does that help at all? Why is the onus of proof on us? What are we doing? We are trying to say that our defendant faked being blind. We're gonna give a reason for why he faked being blind. When in the past we've already talked about why someone who's blind couldn't have done this. What is the reasoning for this? This is only gonna hurt us. Apollo just does whatever Clavier tells him to do. That's fair, honestly. That's fair. Hello, Paladin. Yeah, Clavier thought it was funny. Fair enough. I don't know. Why was he pretending he couldn't see? The only thing is, this has something about sight seeing. Sightseeing music. I'm going absolutely insane because I just saw this these quotes. This says 66 and this says 99, but they're just quotes. I'm like, there's numbers in the quotation marks. They're just quotation marks. I'm going insane. Hidden message. Literally, I have no clue. Why is she painting a blank canvas? Is she blind? Is she blind? No, that doesn't make... Ignore everything I'm saying. I'm going insane. So... what is that supposed to mean? I don't see how this relates to the defense vision or lack thereof. Whoa! Is he giving a hint? Oh shit. Recall the relationship of Lami and Machi Tobai, in particular their arrangement over the years before visiting our country. What did I present? I accidentally presented my lawyer's badge, I think. I didn't mean to. Oh, interesting, Crimson. I think most artists start painting on a blank canvas. Yeah, but she looked like she was in the middle of it. Lami and her pianist, they would always walk together, she leading him by the hand. Even when they got on stage, she would lead him to the piano. She would walk all the way over there with him. That's right, because he was blind, or so we thought. She led him at all times, yet we know now that Machi could see perfectly well. Why keep up the charade? Well, wasn't it part of their performance? There's a simpler explanation. Machi did not need to be led by the hand at all, which means... You don't mean... I do. Ooh! I was joking! I was joking! Why did we get to this when I accidentally gave my lawyer's badge? The one who needed to be led by the hand was Lami. They gave up on me. Accidental Apollo. I masterminded it. What? I get that, Jonathan. I find it funny, but I get that for sure. this? So you mean to say that Lami she's blind as a bat, Herr Judge? She was also talking about hearing... Oh, you're right, Athalia! That's right! She was talking about hearing voices instead of seeing a face. I didn't actually need to present evidence? Crazy. What? What? I can't believe that. Order! This is crazy, Prosecutor Gavin. Yeah, wasn't she supposed to be the landscape painter in sound or something? Well, since we have her here, why not ask Lami herself? I believe she's still in the witness waiting room. Apollo, what does this mean for our case? She didn't look through the window. I had no idea she couldn't see. I hadn't even imagined it till now. Bailiff, bring in Lami. Insane. Lami, it pains me deeply to call you before us again in this way, and yet I must. Please do not be concerned on my behalf. Those eyes, she really can't see, really? It is true. How funny it is that a tiny lie born in the Borginian countryside would one day grow to entangle the entire world. So you are. Yes, as I mentioned before, I have no memory of the time before I became Lami. Know, too, that my memories begin in darkness. The word light has no meaning for Lami. I see. You may recall me saying something towards the beginning of this trial, Herr Forehead. What's that? I believe it was unfortunate that this crime had no direct witnesses. Or I said. Will you testify to the court about your eyes? Of course. It was never my intent to deceive any of you. May I begin, Your Honor? Yes, of course. Though I admit I'm a little lost here. I think we're all a bit lost here, Your Honor. I have no memory of the light. I debuted in a world of darkness and sound. My producer came up with my PR line before he knew this. So silly as it may sound, I had to pretend I could see. What? Everyone on my staff knew, of course, but no others. What? So, she debuted and is great, and her producer came up with the line of the sightseeing... What is it? The sightseeing musique, and because he came up with that line without consulting her, they had to stick with it and pretend she was blind. Sorry, she wasn't blind. Crazy. Insane. I love it. I love it. Of course you have to do that. Very reasonable. But this is a murder trial. It sure is. It sure is a murder trial. I apologize. It was part of my contract, you see. I was to keep my blindness a secret, no matter what. Music is everything for me. I never imagined something like this would... She told us the truth in the beginning, when she said she saw nothing. Very well. Does the defense have anything to add? I'd like to cross-examine. What is there left to ask? There was one thing in her testimony that bothered me. Oh, God. Perhaps it is best that we let you get it out of your system. Someday you'll come to understand the importance of thinking for yourself. Yo, he's our mentor. I love Clavier. This guy is our shonen mentor. Very well, the defense may proceed. However, be aware this court will not tolerate any questions deemed too stressful to the witness. She has perjured herself so many times. We can't give her a little bit of stress? They both are, Tom. Christoph? I don't know about Christoph. There was only one part that bothered me. Just let me ask about that and I'll be happy. No, you're right, Sarah. You're right. The insanity of the cover-up is actually indirectly really cool for all that indirect theming, how exploitative it is. Perjury's actually serious? No, not in this game. Okay. Perhaps your music reminded him of the Borginian scenery. What? Ahaha. No, it was quite the opposite. The opposite. According to my producer, my music has a certain global quality. Global, multicultural, if you will. Hard to pin down to one region. Hard to pin to one region. When people listen to it, they picture the country closest to their hearts, which is why this music has reached so many. What a lovely story. It sounds like this producer might have known what he was doing after all. Ah. Thank you very much, Soul Samurai, for the 29 months. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That'll go to Dual Destinies, which I think is Ace Attorney 5. To me, the real landscape painters are the listeners. When I think of that, I do not mind how I'm represented to the world so much. Yet one thing quickly led to another. Top 5 blind characters. Great question. I got 3 off the top of my head. When you say your staff, do you include Mr. Latouche? Of course, he was my manager, so he knew, and that's what's been bugging me. Something the matter, Mr. Justice? Oh shit. I believe I know what is bothering our young defense attorney. You are thinking of when you discovered the body, yes? Is he right, Apollo? Yes, I was. Okay, let me give you 4 blind characters. Komugi? Yakuza 5 Makoto? Yakuza 5? Yakuza 0 Makoto, as you guys were saying. Tosen, Bleach. Fujitora, One Piece. And I don't think Mustang counts. I don't think Mustang counts. I'll think of one more. You're right, Trish. But I don't think he's blind. Oh, Toph! Yeah, Toph. Toph, easy. This is a crazy screen. Toph or Daredevil, either or. He's alive! Mr. Latouche, okay, yeah. Cold, so cold. You were I get it! You were cold! Witness? You're cold, don't worry, you're going to be fine. Help's on the way. Witness can't see. Hang in there. That's a... The witness is Siren. He still could have said her name. Right? He named you. Why didn't he just say Lami? He did legit tell us. He was too cold. Dramatic as fuck. I love it. I honestly love it. He named you. Why would he do that? He knew you were blind. I don't know. What did I just say? You need to learn to think for yourself. Meaning what? There is no mystery here if you recall everything he said. Think of his last words once more. The witness siren. The witness siren. How many Latouche flashbacks did I miss? Literally just one, a minute ago. Welcome in, Kay. Interesting. That makes sense, Holly. That makes sense. Say one nice thing about Mr. Latouche. I love his cryptic bullshit. I love it. I love it. And I love the fact that it's being recontextualized in a way that maybe it wasn't as cryptic. He's just going, she can't see. And I'm just going, yeah, you're fading out. You're cold, whatever. But what about the witness? She can't see. Okay, I get it. You're cold. Low-key eyes encoded? Yeah. We've heard them many times, along with a bit of play acting by our defense. I remember them well myself, but that statement is not to what I refer. What he said before that. I got shot? What came before that? That's right, he tried to tell you that he got shot? When he said he can't see, he wasn't talking about himself. Yes! Okay, yeah, we got that. I see. Too bad the defense did not. Well, Hair Forehead, try relaxing and looking at the facts first next time. That face. I love Clavier so much. Recall Lami's earlier testimony. She couldn't have heard those gunshots. I'm glad, Jonathan. I thought we proved that. That is not the most important point here. The moment he was shot, Mr. Latouche witnessed her through the window. Why else would he have named her as the witness? True. True. But I really did hear them. 2 gunshots, and the man's voice. Unfortunately, such a thing was impossible. The window was closed. We have already run a simulation, of course. Wait! What's going on here? So, she testifies. Maybe perjury really doesn't matter because no one trusts anything witnesses say. But she testifies on the stand saying, I heard a voice. And he goes, we ran a simulation. That's invalid, sorry. But maybe testimony just doesn't matter. It was so clear, if I heard that voice again, I would know it in an instant. Your Honor! What is it, bailiff? Can't you see we're in a session here? We have the results back from the investigation. The investigation? Ah, the Interpol number that Mr. Latouche left us. What simulation? Yeah. Well, let's hear it. We will continue this cross-examination afterwards. Your report, please. I asked Interpol about that number. I'm sure you'll find their answer intriguing. Quick work as always, Darian. Just like how you quickly dispatched a Mr. Latouche. Well, tell us about the number. Is the defendant a secret agent? IPXX 314206. I don't think that's hiding a message. The agent registered under this number was... What? What the fuck? Why'd he do that? I'm actually dying. Oh my god. Why did he do that? What did he... Why did he do that? Just drop your lanyard, literally. Oh my god. Oh my god. He is literally the most inefficient man I've ever seen. We walk in on him dying. He has very few words left, and he uses some of them to say, I was shot. And then, with the remaining physical strength he has, he writes his own Interpol ID name. I'm sure it's going to be important, but it's just really funny to laugh at it right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. He was shot, the man never lied. You're right, he didn't lie. And he didn't lie about his own Interpol number either. Of course, Briggs. How many IDs of other people do you know? I would only know my own. Right. So give us other info. This is hilarious. I love this. Our undercover Interpol agent was Mr. Latouche himself. That hair. He was apparently in the middle of an operation. So when he wrote those letters, he was trying to tell us his own idea. And a cautious killer tried to wipe them away. He was an undercover Interpol agent. There was no other way to do that. I love Latouche. I love him. So him being Lami's manager, this guy is not 35. I'm sorry. Or maybe he is. And because of how inefficient he is in daily life, he just causes himself so much stress that he looks like he's 60. No business cards, apparently. Him being her manager was a cover. There's one other important detail I found. Well, out with it. It concerns the .45 caliber revolver, the murder weapon. Apparently it belonged to... Of course, it's his gun too. He carried firearms. And the registration number and on the revolver matched. So the victim was killed with his own weapon, which makes sense. It's hard to imagine someone who wasn't an Interpol agent with such a large revolver. So the victim was an Interpol agent on an undercover op. I wonder how that ties into everything. It's got to tie in somehow, you'd think. Yeah, somehow. Thanks for looking into that for us, Detective Crescent. It's a great help. Oh, no problem at all, Your Honor. I'll be heading out. That's his voice! It's his voice! It's his voice! It's his voice! It's his voice. I knew it. It's his voice. Wait! Is something the matter? That voice just now? Darian! Mr. Darian, is it? It was him. I'm sure of it. It was him! You aren't saying... That voice I heard talking to Mr. Latouche... When I heard the gunshots fired, it was him! It was Mr. Darian! Uh-oh. Is this some kind of joke? No way. The courtroom fell into such a chaotic state, the trial had to be suspended temporarily. This case is the tapestry that Romaine Lettuce sought to create. Zenith. Zenith. I'd never seen that happen before. Of course, it's not every day that you get to an accusation like that one. Lami fingering Darian Crescent. Not only is he a guitarist, he's a detective. Could it really have been his voice Lami heard? Good for her. Good for her. Things are changing fast, and frankly, I wasn't sure I could keep up with it. Hey, no wimping out now, Apollo. Did we miss a part or something? It was off screen. I love his hair. It is a shark. This is unbelievable. This is the greatest case of all time, I fear. I fear this is the greatest. Latouse's Tapestry or Terida's Script. So far, Terida's Script is very hard to beat, so it has the upper hand for now. But we'll see. It changed me. On a scale of 1 to 5, not a story, but romaine lettuce. 5. 5. The trial today, I was thinking, if you gave it a score, what score would you give it? 10!
Objection!
Who's objecting to that 10? Who's objecting to that score? Beautiful timing. Thank you for the 500 bits and the objection, Briggs. R.I.P. King. R.I.P. 10. Objection! Score? G. I guess I would, maybe, well... I'm just as bad as you. See? It's so vague. Clearly, Machi avoided a guilty verdict, which is something. Though I can't say I'm any less confused about the case. That would make it 11 to Thalia. Did he just make up bullshit? Did Darian just say it was his own? Because it was actually his, and he was trying to cover for it? No, I refuse to believe that this would compromise the characterization of my goat. What a mess. And we don't even have any idea about what he was investigating. Our goat, true. Well, true, but we know who shot him now. Lami told the whole court. Wait, yeah. It's another mystery, Apollo. I love mysteries. She's so cute. I don't. Speaking of mysteries, what's Mr. Wright up to? I wouldn't mind asking his opinion. Now that you mention it, I haven't seen Daddy around. What, is he some kind of stray that wanders in and out at will? I wouldn't say that, but he has been going out a lot. Some top-secret mission, he said. A little rendezvous with Clavier? Top secret. Or Edgeworth. Anyway, you can't just rely on him to save the day. And you've got me to help you. We'll be fine. Fine, right. Well, time's a-wasting, as they say. Let's investigate. That's the spirit. Darian did it. She has to be wrong this time. Why? I mean, look, those gunshots were right during the concert. That's right, I was burning up the dance floor at the time. Cute. Right, did you happen to look up on stage? Maybe at Darian, even? You bet I did. He was one of the Gaviner's guitarists, after all. He is. He's so cool. Oh, right. All the Gaviners have a rock-solid alibi. You couldn't have shot Mr. Latouche backstage. But Lami heard him, didn't she? She heard Darian backstage, right? Somebody's either wrong or lying very badly. That's what I love about streams like this, Jonathan, because Latouche automatically becomes a legend immediately. This fucking guy. And I wouldn't have thought he was this funny if I was just playing this on my own. What is Interpol anyway? They're the guys who catch international criminals. Why can't they just call them international police instead of making up some silly name? Yeah, anyway. You think he was investigating Lami? What? Why would anyone do that? She's not a criminal, she couldn't be. Don't be fooled by appearances is all I'm saying. Well, but remember I'm a magician, Apollo. I can spot a palmed coin at 50 paces. If only it were that easy. In any case, we know he was working on something. I wonder if it was something, if it was something that has to do with something. That's something being our case. The last something, I mean. Something like that. Frankly, the whole thing is making my head hurt. What was Mr. Latouche up to? Ah ha 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 ha? Herlock? Gabababa? Ah ha 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 ha. Prediction on who it is? Okay, if it's not Herlock, Clavier. If it's not Clavier, Gumshoe. Trucy, was that another one of your tricks? It wasn't me. I can't even make Mr. Hat laugh like that. I totally forgot about this man. I totally forgot. Who are you? Wherever the mundane gives way to miracles, a word is whispered. Gramarai? Gramarai. Hey, the other day. Yeah. We meet again. Nice to meet you. Who are you? And could you please stop smirking? It's you! Uncle Valent? He's your uncle. No, silly. It's the great Gramarai, Valent Gramarai, the Grand Magician. Yes, it is I, the great Valent Gramarai, as seen on television. Why did you call him uncle? And could you please stop smirking? It's been a while, Miss Trucy, 7 years to be exact. My, how you've grown. Good to see you again, Uncle Valent. You look exactly the same. I hate to intrude, but what is a great magician doing paying us a visit? I believe it was you who wished to see me. Be quick with your questions. And do not quail, quake, or quiver, I am quite tame. Though my stardom may sear the sight, I am quite down to earth when need calls. He does have a certain aura to him, it's true. Let's ask him about the case. Why? His aura sure isn't lost on our magician in the making. She's practically drooling with enthusiasm. After all, Uncle Valent's one of Daddy's best friends. That's why I call him Uncle. You mean Mr. Right? This is the best case of all time. He was at the crime scene, that's true. Oh, my real daddy. Trucy's real father. Wait, Apollo. Don't tell me you don't know about Troop Gramarai. Troop Gramarye. Oh, Gramarye. But it does sound kind of familiar. Oh, lost life, lamentably listless lad. To not know of the greatest troop of magicians on the planet. Valent Gramarye. The name begins to surface in my mind. He does look like Soseki. He does. It was a name I'd heard on television as a child. You bet you've heard the name. He made a cruise ship disappear and blew up an amusement park. And he made all this gold disappear from a safe. And then escaped from a high-security prison. You said he's a magician. I opened the locks to hearts chained by mediocrity. This is the true miracle of Troop Gramarye. Saijima? Yeah, that is terrorism. You were on television a long time ago. Weren't you with someone else, like a duo? A duo? Yeah, you had a partner. Something Gramarye. Yes, Zach Gramarye. A masterful maker of magic, a capable crafter of shining showmanship. That's her dad? Why is everyone so quiet? Daddy. No way. I guess so, Smoothies. Troop Gramarye or Phantom Troop? Phantom Troop by a hair. Once upon a time, Troop Gramarye included two Grand Magicians. Myself, Valent Gramarye, and my partner, Zach Gramarye. And this Zach was my real daddy. Trucy's father, a magician. I guess it makes sense. Oh. I had no idea. There wasn't much point in talking about it, not now that he's gone. Oh, I didn't share the sugar video in this stream. I can do it later. I got it right the first time? Oh, it was Gramarye. Okay. There's still time. What sugar video? Well, do you remember the story I told about my big lies when I was a kid, about how I was on the zone? I told it in the last Ace Attorney stream. One of our wonderful VOD watchers, Savia Wanderer, commissioned one of the hosts, the host that I said... Remember when I went home to my mom and I said, yeah, it was a video. Sugar from the Zone made a video message that she sent to me, and I watched that message, and she said, you won, congrats on winning the contest, and remember all that? Yeah, that's what happened to me. So remember that part of the lie? One of our VOD watchers commissioned the actual person from the Zone to do that. I mean, I found the video. Let me show you guys. Hold on. I know we're talking about her deceased father. I'm sorry, but this is hold on. One sec. Let me find it.
Oh my gosh, AJ, congratulations. Won the contest to get a personalized video from Miss Shug. That's me.
I showed this during Bleach.
I am just so stoked. You know, in this year, early 2000s, as you watch as an 8-year-old The Zone, which we all love, and I am thrilled that you are a awesome kid watching this show, and that you entered this.
She listened to the whole story. AJ, she role played all of it.
Congratulations, because you have won this very cool early 2000s contest. Or the reason I keep bringing up the year is simply because I want you to know that I will continue to love you for all of the years of our lives. So even if, let's say, oh my gosh, imagine it was like, I don't know, 2024. Hard to even imagine what those years.
I'll send the link. I'll send the link in chat in case anyone wants to see the whole thing. But anyways, it was amazing. That's one of the craziest things I've experienced in a stream that anyone's done. Thank you again, Savia. Yeah, she understood the assignment. It wasn't the mods. It was just, Savia's not a mod. It was just one of our viewers. That's incredible. And Sugar, she leaned into that. I need to tell my family. Cameo, the Cameo website is how they commissioned it. It's in the Ace Attorney channel on the Discord. Beautiful. I am gonna tell my mom. I'll be like, see, Mom, I told you. Tell that one friend's sister. I'll look her up. I'll have to look her up. I haven't seen her in 15 years, but your mom will just be like, what are you talking about? Yes, she will. I told you, Mom! Anyways, back to sadness. It's okay, I'm not lonely. I've got my daddy after all. And you make me laugh, Paul. Oh my god. Updated Sugar report. I'm glad I'm good for comic relief, at least. Not that I see Daddy around much these days. Ah, I've been remiss for remembering my reasons for my visit. In remembering. Reasons, two in fact. The first being, of course, to see you, Miss Trucy. You don't know how happy I am to see you again, Uncle Valent. I'm sure you are. Not one for modesty, are you? When I encountered you at the Colosseum, the first time in 7 years, I could feign not to contain my emotions. I wept oceans. And to learn you now defend the poor pianist, that blinded boy. 'Twas a hot topic of talk amongst the staff, you know. And defend him you did. Well, it wasn't all my doing. I'm his defense attorney, actually. My other reason for coming here today was this. That's a videotape? Quite so, a recording of the concert. Oh, I brought it for you, Trucy, on behalf of Troupe Grand Marais. Will you watch it? Sugar. Oh, how does this happen? How does this happen? They know. What the hell? Is this why? Is her being blind why she didn't react to, like, the fire? You thought I meant this? That's hilarious. I still am awed by this. I'm awed by this. Clavier is so orange. Peak. My friend was scared that they make him less orange. I'm so glad they kept it genuine. It is very genuine, yeah. It's almost as good as if it was live. So what's the word? Mysterious? There are more mysterious things than her song going on. Way more mysterious. This Valent Grand Marais has good reasons to be here today, but I wonder what his reasons were to be at the concert. Oh, no, no. Here's the gun. What? I was wondering, that stunt in the middle of the song there. I didn't see a stunt. What about Lami vanishing and reappearing? Oh, that? I guess I'm so used to seeing that happen, I didn't even notice. So young to be so jaded. A simple sleight of hand. A petite prestidigitation. A modicum of magic from me to you. So that's why you were at the concert. Yes, I was there to watch my trick take to the air, so you're the one who knows how it all was done. Of course, I am like a deity, with the stage as my domain. I suffer no mystery upon those floodlit boards not grasped tightly twixt my fingers. It is a potent, primeval power I possess. Good God. Do you think you could tell me how it was done? Hey now, the streams? Every single stream I do is archived, game stream I do is archived on my VOD channel. Hey now, thank you mods. Trucy, that's like totally against the rules, Apollo. Not during a murder investigation, it's not. Mais non, for my illusions are mine alone, monsieur. Also, Also what? Recall that the terrible occurrence happened later, well after my illusion entranced the audience. Oh, don't even ask. I won't answer. Too bad for you, Apollo. Whose side are you on? I, Valence Grammari, now take my leave, Miss Trucy. The Great Ace Attorney streams are indeed archived. They're on Twitch. They're not gone. They're not gone. They're on the collection page. Don't worry, they're still there. If you want to rewatch them, they're there. Yeah, like Tom said. You should stay a while. I'm afraid I cannot. I may not. I shall not. I've been asked to assist with an analysis, and so I shall slink back to the scene. So you'll be at the venue today? Correct. If you call on me, come to the Coliseum. See you later, Crocodile. With a whirl of his cloak and a wink of his eye, he turned and walked out through the door, normally. Well, there you go, Apollo. Let's get cracking. Right. Valence Grammari. I've got a few more things to ask him. Will they eventually be deleted? They've been there for 2 years, so unless Twitch suddenly changes their policies on collections, no. So I wouldn't worry about any of the Ace Attorney streams. Foremost among them, that bit of magic that made Lammy disappear. And how he knows Trucy and her real father. Okay. Sunshine... Okay, we're actually going there. Machi may not be guilty, but he's still a suspect. Is it possible to upload the Great Ace Attorney VODs on the YouTube channel? Yeah, it's of course possible. I'm not going to do it, though. It's too much of a pain. And they're all there in the collection. The Rise from the Ashes case? Was that the one with Shamspear? Was that the one with Shamspear? Oh, okay. I just think of Shamspear Rising, and I think of Rise from the Ashes. The Blue Badger case? Oh, God. Why do some VODs have chat and some don't? If the camera's on this side of the screen, then it has chat. If I have to move the camera, I have to take off chat because I would have to reorganize all the layout. And the place that the camera, the place on the screen that the camera is, depends on the game and where it's best suited. But they don't have any decisive evidence. Yeah, but only someone as small as him could have gotten out of that room. Right, the air vent. And he lied. Lied? Machi Tobai can see. Machi! Speak of the devil. He looks like he's doing okay. I forget. Why did we come here? It's not like we can talk to him or anything. We can talk to him or anything. Words are overrated. He can definitely talk. Feelings are what matters, Apollo. It's kind of hard to build a court case on feelings. But since we're here anyway, might as well get what I want to say off my chest. What are you going to say? If you need someone to complain to, I'll listen. Aw. I think she's actually worried for me. He's going to speak English. He's going to speak English in this case. I'm sure of it. Why has he got a Nike swoosh? So, what did you think of the trial today? Woo, I'm glad he doesn't understand English after all. If he did, he would have been scared out of his mind by that trial. Hey, all's well that ends well. You have to be more goal-oriented. If he's innocent, we win. No, if he's found not guilty, we win. Machi might not understand English, but I bet he gets that better than you do. Huh? Yes, Dathalia. I really do. I do. Okay, what was that? Yeah, I don't think there is no indication whatsoever. I think we're good, Wolfman. I think we'll be fine. Thank you for the suggestion, but there's no indication whatsoever from Twitch that they are going to get rid of collections. Like, not at all. And if they do, I'm sure they'll give people time to export their VODs. So, it's all fine. It's all fine. I think we'll be fine. I'm glad Lami testified. What a great person. She even got Machi off the hook by naming another suspect. Darian of the Governors, the detective. I wonder if Machi knows what happened. I mean, if he could follow how the trial went at all. If no one told him there's a new suspect, how would he know? What is... What's going on? What is it, Apollo? It's nothing. I must be imagining it. Imagining what, Apollo? It's just, I couldn't help but feel that, I don't know. Machi, he doesn't understand what we're saying, right? How could he? He's a young Borginian. He doesn't speak any English. Yeah, but my bracelet is reacting to him. Maybe it's malfunctioning? Or it's scared because you keep making those I'm so mad faces. Was I that bad? Machi lied about not being able to see. But what if it's not all he lied about? If you're curious about it, there's only one thing to do. You should ask him. I think it'd take something big to get to him, some kind of undeniable evidence. We'll be back, Machi. You can see, right? Machi can see and Lami can't. The whole world's gone topsy-turvy. Sorry, Apollo. I don't think we're gonna get any information out of Machi. Which makes sense. Yeah, I guess it does. I don't think we have evidence yet. I don't think we have evidence yet. Is that it? Okay, I guess we go to... What a great day! It's perfect weather for sleuthing. And for that one bird. The weather matters for an investigation? Don't some days just feel like magic days or defense days? Sure, let's get started, shall we? Right on! Show us your stuff, Apollo. What stuff? Your voice training. This is the perfect place for it. Say one nice thing about Trucy? Okay. This is my prediction about Trucy. Well, okay, it's a prediction and a nice thing about Trucy. One nice thing about her is she's adorable, and also I think if I am to feel big emotions from this game, I think she's the way to do it. I think it's going to revolve around her, probably. That's the vibe. That's the vibe that I'm getting. I really like Trucy. She's one of my favorite characters in the game. She's so cute. Okay, let's get going. A giant prosecutor Gavin stares out over the arena. Again, cute. Okay, let's go. Backstage. The Blue Badger, and the Blue Badger again! Mr. Attorney. Lami, I'm sorry about today. There's nothing you need to apologize for. You were merely defending Machi. Are you okay? Alone, I mean? Humans are blessed with 5 senses. Even robbed of one, we get by. Though it does make being a witness rather difficult. Oh, definitely, Smoothies, without a doubt. speaking of seeing, you knew who we were just before we spotted you just now. And we weren't even talking. Footsteps, yeah. I heard your footsteps several times the day before. Oh, you must have great ears. Ears that heard the crime taking place. Or so she claimed yesterday, but how? Okay. Apollo reads them. That was quite a statement you made today in court, about hearing Darian Crescent's voice at the scene of the crime. I did not know his name, but I never forget a voice. As I said in court, I was on my way backstage from the stage. That is when I heard his voice. I'm guessing Darian and Mr. Latouche were talking about something. The next moment I heard those gunshots. Why didn't you call security? To be honest, though, the noise was quite frightening. I never imagined the gunshots might be real. And I was in quite a hurry myself. I left the scene at once. So it was really Darian's voice that she heard. Yeah, at least she certainly thinks it was. I met Machi before my debut as Lami. I was singing in a restaurant in Borginia, and he was playing the piano? Yes, he was very kind to me when he learned I could not see. True, Dathalia. True, good catch. Is that when you started playing opposites? With Machi pretending he couldn't see? No, it wasn't then. That began after our major debut. After I became known as the landscape painter in sound. It must have been tough for Machi, pretending he couldn't see and all the while acting as your eyes. We held hands always. He would write with his finger on my palm to signal to me the things I should know. He is a smart, gentle boy. I think I see what she's getting at. Machi would never harm a soul. About Mr. Latouche. He was an Interpol agent, I hear. So you had no idea? Of course not, no one did. I guess that's what it means to be undercover, but someone was after him. They had to know who he really was. Why did he pose as my manager? I do not understand. You have no idea? I can only assume that he was investigating me, but why? What makes you think that? Perhaps it is not so, but I cannot deny the possibility. Because of my condition, as my present is veiled in darkness, so too is my past clouded from memory. Clouded, right. The darkness that I fear is not the darkness that I see whenever I open my eyes. The real darkness lies in my heart. In your heart, I have no memory of the time before I became Lami. I awoke from the darkness into darkness, you might say. I was singing in a restaurant those days. What was it that she said about not being able to remember the light? I do not know my past. Perhaps I committed some terrible crime in my past. Everything before becoming Lami is lost to me. But I don't think you... I can think of no other explanation. Why else would an agent of Interpol approach me? Do you think your past might be related to this case? No way, that seems really unlikely to me. I mean, you're such a sweet person, Lami. I thank you. Machi, too, tells me this often when I fear who I might have been. That is scary. It's very scary. Oh god, we showed her something visual. Yikes. Cancel me. Can we show her this? Can we describe it to her? Oh god. Can we describe this to her? Oh, there we go. We took a look at your performance again. It was even better the second time. Thank you. I really like this song, yeah. For shame. That reminds me. That was an incredible illusion you pulled off. Illusion? When you teleported from one stage to the other, remember? Ah, yes. Apparently, they hired a professional magician. Valence Grammari. I was wondering, do you think you could tell us how it was done? I'm afraid I cannot. Mr. Lamiroir made me swear to never tell a soul. I was afraid of that. Hard to be a magician if you can't keep a secret, you know? I'm reminded that I wish to speak to you about something. Yes? When I was walking this hallway before, I stumbled upon a small kind of device. It was lying on the floor. I saw it too! Isn't that it? Device? Maybe you mean this? That's been lying there since the day before yesterday. Might I touch it? Oh, that's so cool, Roxy. I would have done that with the themes as well. Back when I used ringtones properly. I thought as much. What? What did you think? This is one of our headsets. Everyone on staff wears one during a concert. I wonder whose this is. We use it for communication. It would be quite inconvenient should it go missing. We'll hold on to it for you then. We'll give it to Prosecutor Gavin when we see him. That's best, thank you. So can I put it on? Godot's? That's so cool. Headset attached to Trucy. Attached? I'm not some kind of robot, Apollo. Everyone on staff was wearing one of these headsets. This might warrant some further inquiry. Sure. Can I ask you about the headset, Lami? You said that all concert staff were wearing one. That's correct. You need them to communicate across such a large stage. Everyone on staff had one, of course, and all the band members too, I should think. So Prosecutor Gavin and his lackeys had them on too. They're quite helpful, though limited. They only work within 30 feet or so. Okay, that's important. After all, they're only for use on stage. Did she hear his voice through the headset? There are quite a few characters that have amnesia as part of their storyline at some point or other, but I really like Lami in this case, for her to wonder who she might have been and actually being aware of forgetting her past, and I also really like her relationship with Machi, who helped her through some of her darkest moments while still being a child as well. It must weigh on both of them, but they seem to have each other's backs. It's really sweet to me. Me too! I really love how she describes, how he would reassuringly communicate with symbols on her hand, and like how sensitive he was and kind. I really love how they describe that. Okay. Gone? Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, nothing? Oh god. There's only one person I know who can munch with such venom. What are you doing here? Hello, Emma. You're looking as grumpy as ever. Am I supposed to be happy? You give me the second degree in court, and Prosecutor Gavin makes me look like a fool. And you're talking about the bloodstained Mr. Latouche left? My department chief had a field day with that one. Even a blind person could see the shooter wasn't blind. Funny guy, huh? But that bloodstain helped uncover the biggest mystery of all. Now we know that Mr. Latouche really was with Interpol. Yeah? True. We wouldn't have found that one without you. I suppose. Maybe that's why the chief gave me these after he was finished chewing me out. Said it was my reward. Are chocolate snackoos popular down at the precinct? I was hoping we could check out the crime scene again. Be my guest, you're not going to find any clues here. Though I did find something strange. Something strange? I met my embarrassment quota for the year, that's for sure. Well, that's a good thing, isn't it? How? I mean, think about it. Now you don't have to be embarrassed about anything else all year. If only it worked that way. It bugs me to think that little kid outsmarted me. And it makes him even more suspicious now that we know he can see. He could have seen the air duct, and he could have shot that revolver. But that's not how it sounded in Lami's testimony. You mean her saying that she heard Detective Darian's voice at the scene? That's right. Why can't we have a normal, straightforward killing once in a while in this country? I'll pretend I didn't hear that. Was it that true what you said in court today? You know, about the case. How everything happened according to the song's lyrics? The guitar serenade, you mean? Too real. So true. I found the link, you know. First... Yeah. Frank saw it? Let me just make sure I do. Frank saw it. Frank saw it. Oh, yes! Yes, that is him. That is who I thought it was. Yeah. He super respected everyone's time. For sure. I know when I found it. You think the same person did all of this? Don't ask me. I didn't do it. Neither did I. I couldn't fit through that air vent anyway. What? You all think I did it? Sometimes I worry about that girl. So what did you find? It's so little I must have passed over it yesterday. I found it under the sofa. What is it? Part of some device, I think. I haven't a clue what. The bits sticking out from the end look familiar, so I had it examined. Turns out it's an antenna. It broadcasted his voice! Like on a Beetle? A cell phone. This device must use an electronic signal of some sort. That loopholes the alibi. Oh, shit. Yeah, we need just a classic bludgeoning. No Interpol, please. Okay. Wait, did we not get that into evidence? I want it. Sandwiches in the sofa? Oh, no. By the way, I have a question. For anyone who's on Blue Sky, how do you guys feel about the vibes on the website? I'm curious. For a reason. For a specific reason. How are the Blue Sky vibes? Good? Good vibes? I am on it. The carpet's been torn up. Right. Blue Sky vibes don't have the worst people ever, but they do feel snarky and condescending often for me. Good vibes so far. Low-key, but good vibes. I have a take on Blue Sky vibes. It'll never be as popular as Twitter, but it's just a more low-key site. Yeah. Never used it. I decided to use it as an alternate, and I have way less followers, obviously. But I do once in a while post stuff on there that I don't on Twitter, and vice versa. But my take on Blue Sky is, I don't know if anyone else feels this way, but I was thinking about it today. They feel almost too peaceful. My take is somewhat similar, Tom. So, I do like how small it is. I like how small it is too. But my take is that I really like that I don't have to open my page and see right-wing, crazy extremist right-wing stuff and racism and misogyny. Like, it's nice to not have to go to your For You page and see that. That's good. Oh yeah, Cyberpunk is one of my favorite games ever. But the thing with Blue Sky is, like, and I like the vibes generally, but the thing about it is, okay, this is a weird comparison. But, okay, story time. Sorry, another random AJ childhood story. I hope you love it, Prodigy. It's one of the best games So when I was 14 or something, Animal Crossing City Folk came out. Or maybe I was younger, I don't remember. Animal Crossing City Folk came out. And if for anyone who doesn't know, I love Animal Crossing. It's one of my favorite games ever, the GameCube one, and I loved Wild World too. So when Animal Crossing for the Wii came out, I'm like, hell yeah. But they advertised a community feature of Animal Crossing City Folk that was called We Speak, where you'd have a microphone on top of your TV, and you'd go to other people's towns, and you'd talk to them. Talk to just random people, right? I don't know if anyone did this, but I did. And I'm like, yeah, that sounds cool. Let's do it. And I was like a 12, 13, 14-year-old. I don't remember exactly how old, but I was young. And I'm like, yeah, let's visit someone else's town. Let's talk to their neighbors. Let's talk to a bunch of people. And so you would meet people online who would organize meets in people's towns online, and it would be cool. And it'd be like, let's exchange fruit or whatever. So I went to this one person's town, and I entered through the train. I enter in, and immediately I hear a bunch of people that were clearly older than me. It didn't really matter that they were older than me, but it did make me feel like it's not my sort of crowd. And they just go, hey, Alex. How's it going, Alex? Welcome in. We have cookies. The weather's fine. Join us. And I'm like, ooh. Actually, in reality, in practice, I don't actually like doing this. Like, it sounded kind of cool visiting this place, but I actually don't like doing it. The vibes were kind of weird. It was like too sweet. It was like, welcome to the cool kids table. Actually, we're all nerds. We're all dorks. Join us. We got cookies. Welcome to the dark side. Ha ha ha. Like, they were being really weird and really kind of a little bit cringe. But like, those are the vibes I get from Blue Sky sometimes. Not really toxic positivity, maybe in a way, but those are the vibes I get from Blue Sky. Yeah. The cringe, wholesome millennial vibe? Yeah, it's like, come over to Blue Sky. We have cookies. There was a tweet I saw that was someone talking about, it was like, Blue Sky is great because you have an extra 40 characters or something, which means you can just copy over your tweets and end every tweet with, I am the Lich King. I'm like, all right. So I like that Blue Sky is bereft of all the bad toxicity on Twitter. I'm so glad it exists. But sometimes I'm like, okay. You know? No, I know. I'm sure I haven't seen that type of thing much. Was it Hank Green? I think you met an Animal Crossing cult. I definitely did. It was so funny. I went in the town. They're like, hey, AJ, welcome in. You got fruits for us? You got apples? We've been eating the apples. Come over here. We don't bite. It's like, that makes me think you do bite. I don't want to be here if you say stuff like that. You know what I mean? If someone just goes like, hey, how's it going, AJ? Come over here. Like, that's it. That's fine. You make it sound scary? It was scary. So I went in and I immediately left. I turned on my Wii. I jumped up to my Wii and I just turned it off. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this shit. GTA Online servers had plenty of people like that. Hey, that's cool. I'm not saying that those people are bad at all. It's just an uncomfortable social dynamic for me that makes me go like, I will not partake, you know? I found it. Yeah, this is it. Oh, thus spoke the Lich. Yeah. I don't know who this is. Anyways, Blue Sky's great. I'm really glad Blue Sky exists. Just once in a while I see stuff like that and I go, not super my speed. He's the same on Twitter? What was I doing here? Window? This is the window where Lami saw the crime from. I wish it was that simple. Kind of hard to see a crime when you can't see, but she did hear it, but the window was closed. Maybe she heard it some other way? The right-wing stuff I see on Twitter is because people I follow or people they follow are trying to dunk on it. That's good. That's great. That's great, Dathalia. I see them a lot. And I don't know why they're on my algorithm. Maybe I accidentally clicked one. Or watched a video that linked to it or something. But my algo is flooded with it. But I do the thing where it's like, I'm not interested, please mute, please block, whatever. That song, isn't that the one Lami was singing? Yeah, you're right, the guitar serenade. Yeah, exactly, Muck. I'd love to do a show on a stage like this. I'd come to see that. The house is full and has won the audience sighs with wonderment. Oh, I've been really trigger happy with blocking. And one thing with Blue Sky is if someone even slightly annoys me, even just the slightest amount, I'm blocking them. I have no patience for anything on there. Twitter, I'm a little more lenient. A little, but I still block pretty easily as well. There I am singing my ballad, rose petals swirling through the air. Not bad. Wait, aren't you a magician? Oh, that's right. I was a magician, wasn't I? Some dedication. Hey, man. Aha! If it isn't Miss Trucy, and indeed it is. We do. Me too, Trish. It's fun. It's fun. Uncle Valent! What exactly are you doing here? I take real responsibility on tasks undertaken. I am inspecting my equipment of illusion to make sure naught is amiss. The Lami teleportation illusion. Should anything go wrong, it will reflect poorly upon me and my troop. As I went about my exacting examination, I happened to notice the piano, and I remember that fair lady's melancholy melody. Hey Apollo, maybe Uncle Valent can shed some light on this whole thing for us. Muting annoying accounts does the trick for me. I just block. Muting sometimes doesn't work for me. I was wondering about the show the night of the murder. Lami's vanishing act was your illusion, right? Indeed, the purple prosecutor petitioned my performance. This guy speaks in alliterations, doesn't he? At the climax of the song, he said, make her disappear, like a dream. Like a dream. Yet what can I work with on a stage meant for musical endeavors? There are none of the conveniences of a stage built for sorceress acts. It was a challenging task, and so I accepted. She disappeared from the top of the tower, but in order to move, you would have had to use some sort of secret tunnel. My illusions are custom made for a time and place. Yume. Now, because of the murder, all of the eyes of the nation are on this concert. Not a bad thing as far as the fortunes of Troop Lamiroir are concerned. So you were here checking up on your trick to make sure it went well. And went well it did. Now, speaking of pianos, that piano over there troubles me. It troubles you. Why? Why do you ask why? I think it's probably quicker if I go check myself. Okay. I know what you're thinking in that head of yours. Grammary, yes, you say. I recall seeing him on television. Something of that sort? Sure, yeah, you're right. Wow, he just read your mind, Apollo. Or everyone tells him that and he made a good guess. It was 20 years ago. A young magician, a genius of his time, came down among us. Whoa! His name was Magnify Grammari. It was he who began the great troupe Grammari. At his prime, not a day passed that he did not play upon the screens of every TV there was. I do have a vague memory of someone like that on TV. Yet several years ago, that time came to an end. My troupe pulled the Vanishing Act, yes. Cries for magic no longer heard. The TV screen a barren waste, stripped of illusion. That's not true. I still went to all your shows. Like that one in the parking lot down at the supermarket? Oh boy. Yeah, you're in trouble. We hone our skill at these small venues, always awaiting our time. Yes, one day we will rise, up from obscurity, onto fame's shining stage once more. I do this not only for the magic that is Grammari, but for my partner, Zach. Trucy's father. Before he disappeared 7 years ago, there was no name higher than Grammari in show business circles. None. I will see us return to glory. I, Valiant Grammari. I'm so confused as to how this case is going to come together. Because, like, how do all these elements intertwine? He has to bring it back to the big stage. Okay, he might be the murderer. I think he's the murderer. I'm rooting for you. Miss Trucy, you cannot grow up quick enough. I need your skill by my side. One skill coming up. She's so cute. How do we manage to get off the topic of case so quickly all the time? Okay, let's check out the piano, right? That's one big piano. I've never actually played one. Huh, you should... Sorry, something's in my sock. You should get Mr. Wright to teach you sometime. No good, he can't play either. I kind of feel bad for the guy now. Maybe now's my big chance. Stand back, this could be the debut of a prodigy. Ew. Did you make that noise just now? Let me try it again. I think something's stuck in the piano. Time to take a look under the hood. Huh, look. This was stuck between the strings. It looks like some kind of switch. Someone must have thrown this into the piano. Okay. Do I show that to, No worries, Sarah. I'm gonna read that in a second. I love it. Huh. I think I should show that to, We love the TED Talk. To, Emma. You know what this song reminds me of? This song is very Mother 3. It reminds me of Mother 3. Maybe it's the sound font, or the use of... I don't know. Oops. Okay. Okay, do you think you could take a look at this? Let me read what Sarah said now. I'm so glad, Smoothies. It's opinions on this game seem to be all over the place. And I don't know how I'll feel at the end of it, but so far I'm having so much fun, and there's so much heart put into it. Trucy being such a smiley and happy kid, joking around with Apollo and always seeing things on the bright side, while knowing that she lost her father at such a young age, who seems to be the reason why she got into and was into magic in the first place, makes me emotional. The super peppy characters often have tragic pasts, and I just want them to be smiling always and honestly, instead of covering up potential pain. Seeing her sad when Valen brought up Zack and seeing her upset destroyed me. Yeah, it immediately, like, we're having fun through all of this, right? But then it immediately sort of stops it stops the mood dead and makes you feel so sympathetic and sad for her. Mentioning Zack got me super excited for the potential of her character. You mentioned before that she would probably be the emotional core of the game for you, or that they'd use her that way, and when I played this case, I felt the same at this point. I loved Apollo from the start, and Trucy was always cute with that little mystery hanging over her regarding her past, but it wasn't until we actually got these glimpses here where I really got attached. She has such a great foundation to build off of, and having her have a close dynamic with Phoenix definitely helps. That's what hooked me. The dynamic with Phoenix really hooked me. With Mia and Maya, for example, I definitely felt more thrown in the midst, and I never felt all that much towards Phoenix's dynamics with Mia. And in the case of the first game, Phoenix, who we've come to know and love, kind of fills Mia's role, and since I already care for him, his dynamic with Trucy and her hanging on to us and helping just feels natural to me, even if her and Apollo himself are completely new. There's just something about this game that makes me want to gush about it for hours. I'm so glad. What did you give it? What did you give it out of 5, Sarah? Cook, because yeah, people seem to not like this case as much, but it's got a lot of really awesome elements to it. Oh, you don't know your score? Okay, I see. We'll see then. Yeah, it's atypical for sure, Smoothies, but I really, really enjoy it. Looks like a transmitter. Thank you for sharing, Sarah. Trucy and Clavier. I really like Apollo, but Trucy and Clavier, I think, are the two with the highest ceiling so far. 8 out of 10 at the lowest? Ayo? Cool. It sends out a signal. No idea what it's for, though. A signal? You mean an electronic signal? Like the thing she's mentioned, right? Say, Emma, you know that strange object you said you found? This? Let me try pressing the switch. Oh! Emma's device is on fire. Well, she recovered quickly. Well, now we know that what this is, an igniter. This part here must work like a lighter. It nearly lit me up, that's for sure. Hey, don't look at me like that. I didn't do it on purpose. I suppose. At least we're getting somewhere with this case. Hey, Apollo, let's ask Emma more about the Switch, now that she has some first-hand experience. What are you trying to do, burn me alive? Come on, it was just a few sparks. Says you weren't the one holding it. There's enough sparks flying around here with you two talking. Anyway, now we know that this is a remote for an igniter. Let me see that for a second. Well, this is definitely a little transmitter. The signal's weak, probably only reaches 30 feet. Just like the headphones, right? Yeah, I was thinking that, Sarah. Me too, Briggs. Me too. A transmitter, huh? Okay. Now kiss? Incidentally, if you look at the cross-section diagram of the stage area, 30 feet... Oh, okay. From Lami's dressing room, that covers the backstage completely. It also looks like it would cover the stage. It kind of seems unlikely anyone would use this on stage. That's useful, okay. Guess I'd best be getting on with my investigation. We're off to look for more clues elsewhere, then. I feel better just knowing what this thing is now. I'll have to look into igniters a bit more later. Good luck. I'd like to know a bit more about igniters myself. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Okay. So now I'm a little sus of Valens. I don't think there's anything here. Stage. Maybe go back to the center? No, wait, I don't think we... Oh. I was gonna say, I don't think we have, Oh! Come to laugh at the murderer? Yo? Darian. That old bag opens her pie hole and wham bam, my life goes down the chute. Thanks. They won't let me work while I'm a suspect. Old bag? Darian isn't in the best of moods, is he? Not many people are these days, it seems. It is a crime scene. Not exactly the happiest place to hang out. Then Gavin had to go rub salt in the wound. My alibi's rock solid. Rock solid! Yeah, so this happened in the middle of the third set. Right. And he was on stage. I like this sprite. They won't let you work? He won't let me work. Gavin says I gotta lie low till the suspicion's cleared. What suspicion? He can be such a stick in the mud. Mr. Gavin? A stick in the mud? He may look all flashy and showy, but he's straight as an arrow, man. No, he's not. Did you see the thing he said about fingers earlier? Doubt. Except when he's depressed. Oh. You hear him whining the other day? Oh, you mean the thing with the mixing board? And then there was that performance just now. What was all that about? He was off. Exactly, Smoothies. He's just a perfectionist is all. Not a bad guy, really. Well, I think the Gaviners are the best. I have all your albums. The band's fine, too. Gavin can write a good tune, I'll give him that. Come to think of it, I haven't seen Prosecutor Gavin around much. Oh, him? He's down at the prosecutor's office, most likely. The prosecutor's office? I've never been there, have I? The data on the victim should have come in from Interpol. Normally I'd be down there dealing with it. Normally. Apollo, let's go check it out. I've always wanted to see the prosecutor's office. Maybe that's not such a bad idea. Right on. Say hi for me, okay? Oh, and screw you. Who are you? And tell him I want into that crime scene. We'll be going. Hey, wait. Yes? What do you think really happened? Really? You don't think I did it, right? Well, great. Way to instill a guy with some confidence. Just remember, I was ripping it up on stage when it happened, okay? Ripping. Don't get led astray by some siren song, eh? Get this one wrong, and you'll be eating humble pie for a year. I'll bake it myself. Let's not talk to him anymore, alright? Detective Darian Crescent. He's one stone I'd leave unturned if I had a choice. Yo! So this is it. The Gaviner's head office. It's not the band's office, it's the prosecutor's office. Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. What is this creepy object whatever? Looks like Prosecutor Gavin is on the phone. Well, guess we'll have to come back. Or we can hide behind that bookshelf real quiet like. That's eavesdropping. He kinda did threaten us, yeah. We'd just be waiting, quietly, so he won't notice. What if we heard something scandalous about the band? She'd make a good reporter for a gossip mag. What? A replica? So why was he after it in the first place? Yeah, Latouche. Latouche. Look, don't talk to me about those Borginians, okay? Just get me that report, chop chop. And stop leaving mysterious objects in my office, okay? It's times like these when I start to miss Darian. Hiya. Tee-hee. Just thought we'd drop in. Hope you're not mad. How could I be? There's not enough tee-hee in the world in any case. Have a seat. Prosecutor Gavin, the philanthropist. Watch and learn, Apollo. So, who have you come to see? Huh? Clavier, lead vocalist for the Gaviners? Or Prosecutor Gavin, scourge of the courtroom? You think Trucy's writing them? She'd be a great writer. What do you think he means, Apollo? I think he's giving us a choice. We can either ask him about the concert or the case. Which way to go? I think we can do both. That reminds you, did you see the paper today? Yes, I always read the TV section. Good girl. How about you, hair forehead? I read the funnies. Then you will not have seen this. Concert of Tragedy, the prosecutor's deadly song. Oh, is that a new show? I haven't heard about that one. It's not a show, it's an article. News, you know. Oh, does this have anything to do with the case? Since getting back from the trial, my phone's been ringing off the hook. How does it feel to take a man's life with a song? Have you ever hummed a man all the way to death row? Holy shit. You could sing for me over the phone? What? I can't read Borginian. That's right. Suffice it to say, this is big news over there as well, though they didn't go as far as to mention the lyrics to my song. Probably no one in Borginia could believe it. It's probably seen as just a theory at this point. Their journalists didn't see the need to mention it. That makes sense. I hardly know what to think of it myself. Let's see. Okay. Her testimony will be in the evening edition, I imagine, which is why I've had Darian step down from the investigation for now. We ran into him moping in front of the Coliseum. I know, me too, Tom. Lami was an invited guest, so it's a rather delicate situation. You understand how much I want to solve this case, quickly if possible. I really love that song. It had such a great atmosphere to it. You co-wrote it with Lami, if I remember correctly. That's right, it was last year. I had gone to tour Borginia's legal system, as a matter of fact. And that's when you heard Lami's voice? It was a small jazz club. I wept that night. I knew I had to meet her, to talk with her, so I used my influence, which is not inconsiderable, to arrange a meeting. Wow, prosecutors really have a lot of clout. I think he's a sort of special case, Trudy. Thankfully, she liked the work I did, and we wrote a song right there backstage. Machi on piano, that dulcet voice, and myself on a guitar that I borrowed from Lami. And music history was made. Oh, me neither, Sarah. I definitely never cried during Endwalker. Because of a song. Never. Probably not an experience your average lawyer would ever have, like Apollo, say. It's a memory I hold dear, and the song we wrote that night was this. Yeah, me neither, Trish. And that very guitar is right over there. You mean this charred lump? Don't call it a lump, that's a piece of history. It's only brown, not really charred. No matter, I shall never sing that song again. I wouldn't... Also, I love the hair twirling as well. I wouldn't have used that guitar again either, even if I could have. What happened during that song anyway? Why did his guitar suddenly catch on fire? Do you think you could show it to us? Your charred, slightly burned guitar? I'm sure he doesn't mind. What more could happen to it? Sure. That was an impressive bit of pyrotechnics that did this. That's the guitar from the concert, isn't it? Me too. It's a quirk to his characterization I really like. That he's so anal about all this stuff. He reminds me of a character from Nana, actually. If you know, you know. I never guessed that wasn't the end of it. I had a specialist analyze the guitar, incidentally. Oh, did you find anything out? He didn't have a lot of time, so it's still unclear. But the results he came up with were intriguing. Now I gotta? There's a character that's similar to him in that idiosyncrasy in Nana. Okay. It was a beautiful instrument. It was played lovingly for many years. A guitar befitting a woman like Lami. How did it end up here? She gave it to me. I mentioned how much I enjoyed playing it that night, and she made a present of it. So this guitar is from Borginia. Oh! That it is. Okay, I think I... Okay. I couldn't carry it out on the plane. Okay, that would ruin the wood. Okay. Damn, fancy. Okay. Pristine and untouched. See, the prosecutors do have a lot of clout. I think he's still a special case. Such a valuable guitar. Too bad it got burned. What was it you were saying earlier? Something about intriguing results from an examination of the guitar? That's right. What was that all about? Oh, you know what? I don't think that works, actually. You know how guitars have a round hole in the front? Yeah. It's called the sound hole. So that's what it's called. Well, they found something attached to the wood just inside the hole. A broken device of some sort. Ah, there you go. There you go. He'll be checking this out once he's finished with everything else. Odd. That device looks strangely familiar. Yeah. Same thing. How the hell does this come together? It has to be one of these. What is it, Apollo? That device that was found in your guitar. Take a look at this. Why, that looks like the same thing. What is it? It's an igniter. Another one. It was at the crime scene, in Lami's dressing room. Detective Sky found it, actually, at the scene of the crime? What could that mean, I wonder? That looks like one of our tour-issue headsets. Why are you wearing it, Fraulein? I thought it'd be cool. I could pretend I was concert security and stuff. She's so cute, man. Actually, we found it at the venue and thought you might want it. Oh no, please, you keep it. It goes well with your cape, Fraulein. You think? Cute! Cute! Those two together are adorable. Okay. I don't know what else to do. I could have to examine every little bit in the back. But let's check, back here? Oh, okay, there we go. This place is deserted. I wonder where Lami went off to. I'm sure she's okay on her own. She seems resourceful. I guess, but I can't help but worry about her a little. Okay. We're good there. Yeah, it's really different. It's very different. What I like about the Ace Attorney trilogies and the different Ace Attorney stories, trilogies, duologies, whatever, is that the prosecutor defense lawyer relationships and dynamics are so different from one another. Hello now. We are indeed. Hope you had a great day so far. That. Okay. Let's save. Because I'm a little stuck. But I guess I haven't examined some background stuff in the CGs, so we did here. Did we do here? Oh, we missed some stuff. Oh, we missed a bunch of stuff. Okay. Daddy's bad with heights, too. No kidding. He took me on a Ferris wheel ride a while ago, you know? Halfway through, his face got all green and he mumbled objection over it. Over and over, poor guy. Now that's a big instrument case. That's a case for a contrabass, I think. Contrabass, excuse me. You could fit 20 violins in there, I bet. It may look like a violin, but it's a completely different instrument. You could fit 5 truces in there, I bet. Hey, are you comparing me to an instrument? I wonder who left it sitting in the open like that. That's the ladder we used to climb up to the stage tower. Not a moment I'm likely to forget anytime soon. Me neither. I'll never be able to climb another tower again without thinking about it, you know? I'll never be able to climb a tower again, period. Is it that big? Okay. I don't think I examined much in his office. Okay. Did I examine stuff here? Blue Badger? 2.4 to 2.7 meters tall? Holy shit. I'm thirsty. Want something to drink? How about this one? A steel samurai oh, peak. Real steel flavor. Here, my treat. This isn't enough change. The machines outside are cheaper. This one's highway robbery. Cute. Okay. Haven't done this. See, this is the parts of these are where I'm stuck. Me too, Briggs. I love that they keep bringing it back. Okay, Emma's in there. Did we for sure do everything? Let's double check. All this stuff? Yeah. Yep. Yep. All done. I think we've examined everything here. Yeah, okay, let's go to Gaviner's? Yeah, I don't really know. Oops. We checked this stuff already. That's the legendary AA400, the Red Badger. I thought rock was supposed to be rebellious, not civic. Every aspiring guitarist wants one of these. They even paint their own guitars to look like it. The fickleness of youth. You should dye your hair badger red too. I like my hair the way it is, thank you very much. Again, the stubbornness of age. Red or blue badger? Blue. I think I read this. It does look a bit like Hisoka. Okay, I'm definitely missing something. What's the next game after Ace Attorney? Either Ace Attorney 5 or Investigations. Resident Evil or Devil May Cry 3. And then Metaphor soon after, maybe after one of those 3. We did this already. Flowers, guitar. If someone knows what to do, you can feel free to backseat. Because moments like this, I'm just like, I have no clue what I'm missing. I've done all this. What have I missed? Don't remember either. Can I go back to Clavier? Maybe. You're right, I didn't examine some of the stuff in the background there. I only looked at this. Back to the detention center? No, I haven't. The guitars are like my lovers. Check the ladder? I did before. I don't think I did again. I didn't just hear him say that. They're backup guitars, Apollo. Don't you know anything? Rock and rollers always smash their guitars at the end of a show. No wonder it's so hard to make it as a musician. You know what? You should try rocking a little, Apollo. They're like my lovers. I would never do such a thing. A massage chair? Oh my god, he's so Jimmy McGill. Why is he letting Apollo know what he does with his lovers? I love the ones with the vibrating rollers on your back. Those feel great. Did I say something wrong? No, I merely realized the futility of an explanation. Interesting. Okay. What's on the plate there? Is that a gum? Gum? Maybe he was chewing it when the phone rang. So he put it on the plate for later consumption. You'd think a rock star could afford a fresh stick. Don't jump to any conclusions now. That is no chewing gum. Take a closer look. Although I really shouldn't be offering, should I? What is that? Looks like a lump of plastic? Wait, that phone call. Oh, I didn't look at this. This is important. Okay. Does this have something to do with Mr. Latouche? Wait a second. You were listening to my phone call, weren't you? Who, us? I tried to stop him, really, but he forced me to. Hey, you were the one digging for a scandal, Miss Reporter. To tell the truth, I'm not even sure what it is. But apparently, it's a model of something undercover agent Latouche was after. This lump. Would you mind telling us what you do know about it? This is found in Mr. Latouche's bag. It's apparently a replica of something. A replica? It's a small lump about 1.5 inches long. We analyzed it, but there's not much to say other than it's a lump of plastic. Perhaps it was used to be used in the identification of whatever it's a replica of. You mean, whatever Mr. Latouche was after? That seems to be the most logical explanation. Well, what is it? Don't ask me, Fraulein. Oh, if you don't want to tell us, you could just say so. I put in a request to Interpol via my contacts in Borginia, but apparently there is a block on information somewhere along the chain. Oh? There's something either Interpol or Borginia doesn't want to share. Something about this little piece of plastic. He went through all this trouble to become her manager, just to come to this country to find out more about this lump. And he died for it. I've sent someone to the Colosseum to fetch Lami. Perhaps she knows something about it, being a Borginian. I believe that covers everything I'm at liberty to tell you about. Okay, I think this progresses. Thanks for stopping by. Hair forehead. Thanks? Why, you gave me so much information. That igniter, for instance? Oh, that. I've never met an attorney so forthcoming with the prosecution. It's a big help. Or perhaps you're just a tad naive, I guess I could have hid it, but somehow showing it felt like the right thing. I could say the same to you, Prosecutor Gavin. Thanks for the information. About the strange lump of plastic. The one that Mr. Latouche was investigating. Hey, that's right. I've been thinking, Hair Forehead. We encounter many incidents in our lives, all of us. Not all of them simple. Especially not the ones where people are killing to song lyrics. That is why I try to at least remain simple inside. And I keep a simple goal, to discover the truth. That's why I like to keep relations civil, yeah? That is all. I can live with that. Mr. Prosecutor. Fraulein. Can I ask you why you sing in a band? Ah, because I want women to turn and look when I walk down the street. That's pretty simple too. Now if you'll excuse me, I've got work to do. Another time perhaps. That was really cool. I really like that. Looks like Machi's in questioning. The police must have a Borginian interpreter. That's not fair. I wish we could talk to him. Okay, come back later? Okay. Yeah, I really like that little speech of his. Choosing to remain simpler to contrast the overwhelming complexity. Me too, Holly. You came at a good time. Hello there, Emma. What's up? Either of you know where Lami is? Well, I saw her in the backstage hallway a little while ago. That's strange. What's strange? I can't find her anywhere. I was supposed to bring her to the prosecutor's office. She's missing. It's hard to imagine her wandering off somewhere on her own. Being that she's blind and all. Yeah, we'll help you look for her. Great, thanks. The stage is pitch dark. The power breaker must be off for this section. Great. I'll go get someone. Yipes, it was real dark out there. Dark. That's all Lami has, when you think about it. What would it be like to live in a world of darkness? Hey, Apollo. Huh, what? Doesn't something about the stage seem different to you? Something's changed? Has the guitar case been closed? It's bugging me. What's she talking about? I think the guitar case? Hey, that case! Wasn't it open before? Huh, I guess someone closed it. Wait, look! Where the case closes... something's sticking out. That doesn't look like an instrument. You don't think it's... Let's open it, Apollo. Holy shit! Emma, we have to get Emma! Lami was taken directly to the hospital. Holy shit! Emma ran around barking orders, making phone calls. Trucy just clung to my arm and cried. And me, I was still in shock. 2 bodies in 2 days is too many. Emma, how's Lami? Is she okay? We all owe you a big thanks, that's for sure. So, she's okay? Yes, she came to a short while ago. You found her before it was too late. That's good to hear. So what happened? Someone attacked her. She was struck on the forehead. By who? We don't know. But they hit her on the forehead, right? That's right in front of her. How could she not see? Right. Would you like to see her now? Is that alright? She wants to thank you for saving her life. Lami, Mr. Attorney, you were the one who found me? Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm just glad you're okay. Tell me, what happened? It was after I spoke with you in front of the dressing room. I sensed someone approaching. I thought it might be someone coming to see me, but they said nothing. When I went to return to my dressing room, you were hit. I knew that very moment, I knew. The assailant was trying to kill me. It was lucky for me the first blow did not knock me out. I turned and ran for the stage. Someone was chasing me, I could hear footsteps, yet I reached the stage first. Why the stage? I had overheard maintenance people talking. The power to the stage area was off, they said, for electrical work. Darkness is my ally. There was a contrabass case near the stage. That is where I hid. So the assailant couldn't see you. Once in the case, I'm afraid I passed out. This sounds like a really close call. She is Bane. Any idea who it might have been? Unfortunately, no. Whoever it was, they said not a word. Too bad. Yet when I consider that I was struck high on the forehead, I must conclude that whoever hit me was taller than I was. I am. And you're much taller than I am. You're about as tall as Apollo. So that means it was likely an adult and probably a man. Yeah! Being chased while blind? Could it be him? Him? Why would anyone attack you? The detective asked me this too. And to her, I gave the same answer I give you. I do not know. She's a witness? Fine. Yeah, what is this about, actually? Lami, I wanted to ask you about this. Do you know what this is? This is what? Oh. Explain it! She's blind! Please. Please, Apollo. It's a replica of the thing he was after. He was after? You know, in his secret identity. As an undercover agent. So that's what he was doing. You mean you know what? Yes, I know, of course. This must be a Borginian cocoon. Or rather, a convincing replica thereof. Why haven't I heard of one before? Why would he be carrying this around? Was it some kind of souvenir? I wonder. They call it Borginian. It must only be found in Borginia. For certain, all in Borginian know of these. It's a cocoon, so do you get silk from it? I do not know the details, I'm sorry to say. I thought she said all in Borginia knew of these. There is one fact I do know about the cocoon, though. Something all in Borginia know. What's that? The cocoons, they are not to be taken out of the country. If someone does and is caught, they will be put to death. To death? Why? I do not know. Yet if Interpol was involved, I'm sure there's a good reason. But this is just a piece of plastic. He was carrying a replica, but looking for the real deal. That's my best guess. So that's what he was up to. Tracking down Borginian cocoon smuggling. Smuggling. It seems I was marked. Marked. Life changed for me with the popularity of my songs. I began to travel around the world. So you could have brought those Borginian cocoons with you. On my trips, yes. That was probably the suspicion. He failed again, true. He was placed in as an undercover agent to look into it. Borginian is a small, Borginia is a small sheltered country. Not many of our people venture into the world outside. Is that why they suspected you? But Mr. Latouche wasn't a Borginian, was he? He was an Interpol agent, which means... What, Apollo? There must be some reason why Borginia doesn't want those cocoons getting out. Something scary enough to get Interpol involved. Like what? How could such a tiny ball of thread cause such a commotion? He had her marked. It couldn't be her. Huh? There's one other person I need to talk to. Yes! Thank you for talking to us, Lami. It was the least I could do. Actually, I have another request. If it is within my power, I need an interpreter, someone who speaks Borginian. Apollo? Okay, maybe he can only speak Borginian. Fair enough. Would you come with us if you're well enough? I see. Yes, of course. I shall accompany you. Where are we going? Come on, Trucy, we're about to get to the bottom of this. Jail? Yep. Machi, we came to talk to you about the case. Machi. Could you interpret for us, Lami? Yes. Machi, I'd like to talk to you about when we first met. When we still thought you were blind. Now we know the truth. You can see, right? I was completely fooled myself. Machi, isn't there another secret you're hiding from us? Wait, Mr. Attorney, what do you mean by secret? What do I mean by secret? Well... If I'm not mistaken, you know something about this, don't you? You got a reaction, a big one! Machi, you didn't. Trucy and I are trained to see people's uncertainty. Not that we would have needed any training to see that one. How do I do my YouTube voice Borginian? Lami, please interpret. Very well. What did I say? Tell me what I said. I know you know something about this by your reaction. If you won't tell me, I might have to give it to the prosecution and have them look into it. Yeah. You'd rather not? Many thanks. He asked you, wait, do not be hasty. Machi? Do you know everything? Yes, everything. Well, sort of. Have him tell us about it. Very well. What is this cocoon anyway? The cocoon, the silk, is a potent cure. A cure? It must cure some disease. Mayhaps, Dan. Mayhaps. Oh shit, I should have thought of that one. It's a cure for incuritis? Incuritis. A cure for incuritis. But if it's a cure, why keep it in Borginia like that? Just think of all the lives they could save by sharing the medicine. I do not understand the reasons myself. Well, at least we know what it is, a cure. And Mr. Latouche was after cocoon smugglers. Wait, was Machi? Machi, you weren't... You couldn't be a smuggler, he's so little. Well, you're only 15 and you're sort of a magician, aren't you? Well, that's true. I am sort of a magician. He said sort of. Oh, to have a copy of that security camera tape. Well, Machi, are you a smuggler? He won't tell me. First he plays blind, now he plays dumb. I wonder, do you think he brought a cocoon here to sell it to someone? If Machi really did bring one into the country, was he planning on making a deal for its sale? I can't go home. Can't go home. I can't go home to Borginia. I do not want to go home. The penalty for taking a cocoon from Borginia is death. That's right, it's punishable by death. About the case. What about the case? He wants to tell us about Mr. Latusse's death? This meeting's over. Was he selling it to Darian? Never mind. There's a call for Machi from the Borginian embassy. This meeting is over. Sorry. Just give us 5 more minutes. We can call them back after that. Sorry, no go. Come on, piano boy. We're leaving. Darian, wait. I never liked you. Either of you. Why? We were so close, he was about to tell us. Hey, Apollo. He didn't want us to hear what Machi had to say. Apollo, and there can only be one reason why. Why is everyone ignoring me? I'm sorry, this is it. I know who I'm after now. It all happens tomorrow, in court. Holy, this case is beefy. Okay. Well, maybe a good spot for a bathroom break after we get into the courtroom. Well, this is it. Today's the day it all goes down. And then there was yesterday. What is this guy's problem? And I think I know why. Time to bring down a little justice. What? He is heard but unseen. Who's that talking? Valent Lamiroir! I exclaimed as he walked in through the door, normally. Why was there a gunshot? You aren't the witness today, are you, Uncle Valent? Ah ha ha ha! A preposterous proposition! How could I stand to stand upon the stand? Why, my secrets would be free for the plucking. I might even have to sign autographs. That is why I intend to remain hidden for the entire day. This is a court of law, sir. With vanishing magic? Indeed, I will jump upon an express train and express myself to the next town over. But before I go, a word of warning. Warning? What? A grand Lamiroir glamour resides at the root of all that has happened. Do not forget this truth. A glamour, a spell, a sorcery, a great illusion. Miss Trucy, though it pains me to part so, I need to get in line for a ticket. Farewell! And there he goes. He sure seemed happy about that illusion thing. Big illusions are the bread and butter of a magician. You can't pull off a show without one. The big illusion's always a spectacle to remember. Usually it involves cutting up things like people or... elephants? Or the Eiffel Tower. So he was talking about what he saw at the concert. Lami's disappearing act. And Prosecutor Gavin's exploding guitar. I wonder what he meant by it being at the root of all that happened. Well, it's about time. Shall we go? Excuse me, sir. Yes? The scheduled starting time for the trial has been changed. It won't be commencing till 10:30 a.m. Sorry for the inconvenience. Huh? Did something happen? This is a first. It was by the judge's request. Some urgent personal business. Oh my god! It's the judge, the person the judge is visiting who has a terminal illness. The cocoon is for him. He's visiting the hospital. I don't know, Tom. The hospital? I believe it was mentioned that the Chief Justice's son is unwell. It worsened this morning. The Chief Justice's son. That's right. Remember yesterday morning? He said he had to go to visit him after the trial. Incuritis! Where have I heard that before? I wonder! I'll let you read that article for us, Apollo. Apollo, please! Just leave the TV guide page to me. Cute. Try not to lose the page with the funnies if you can. Cute. My apologies for the delay. Court is now in session for the trial of... How do you say this name again? Machi Tobai, our suspect fortissimo. Right. It's his trial in any case. The defense is prepared, Your Honor. The prosecution is ready to rock. Is something wrong, Your Honor? No, well, yes. It's just I've been friends with the Chief Justice since we were students. It pains me to see him going through such a difficult time. Incuritis, was it? That article said there's no known cure. Maybe, Sarah. Herr Judge, let me say with all honesty, I feel your pain. But now is not the time for tears. Now is the time for law. Indeed. We left off at quite the juncture yesterday. Insane. Quite the sensational ending. Who would have thought that Darian would guest star in this season cliffhanger as a suspect? I asked the prosecution to look into this matter. Please tell the court your findings. He's a member of my band, the Governors. He is also a detective, making the current charges serious indeed. Yet after the investigation, I found no cause to alter our case, or file new charges. And your reason is? Weren't you aware, Herr Forehead? He has an impeccable alibi. An alibi? Let us review the facts again, shall we? Okay, yeah. 3 sets. The Governors ripped up the stage during the first set. For the second set, our guest took center stage. Yep. Oh, Gant. I will always remember Gant. The shooting took place during the third set, and Machi Tobai and Lami were gone, but the Governors were back. Why was there a gunshot? Was that a door? What was that noise in the court, in the waiting room? She heard the moment of the crime when she claims to have heard Mr. Latouche and Detective Crescent talking. What if he shot himself by accident? I would love that. But that's impossible. Detective Crescent was... Precisely. Detective Crescent was on stage getting his groove on, no less. Voila. A perfect alibi! Does the defense have anything to add to this? It's true, when I heard the gunshots, you must have been on stage. Still, there's something here that doesn't quite add up. It appears the defense has no objections. I believe we can safely say that Darian Crescent's alibi has been acknowledged, which means that Lami was sadly mistaken. Her testimony cannot be true. Very well. Of course, if we disregard her testimony, then I see no evidence keeping us from declaring a verdict. If indeed, are there no objections? Apollo, if he declares a verdict now... But his case is airtight. Lami must have been lying to protect Machi. How can I rely on her testimony? Wait, what about yesterday in the detention center? Machi was trying to tell us something, I know it. Maybe the best thing to do is ask him, under oath. Very well, the court finds the defendant, what's his name again? Objection! Your Honor! No, that wasn't it. It was something like Marquis or Mr. Justice? Your Honor, before you declare a verdict, I would like to call another witness. Exactly who else do you need to hear from? A witness who until now has not been given a chance to speak in this court. Because he doesn't speak English. You don't mean... I do. The defense calls defendant Machi Tobai to the stand. What? But he doesn't speak English. We'll use an interpreter. Interpreter? I'm afraid you'll have to look elsewhere. I only speak a few phrases such as, I love you, and where is the toilet? The defense would like to request Lami as the interpreter. Lami? But there's a possibility she's protecting the defendant. But she'd be interpreting for the defendant. Why would she lie? This is most unusual. Bravo, Herr Forehead. Herr Judge, the prosecution agrees with the defense's request. If Lami lies, I'll be able to tell. Even my limited knowledge of the language should be enough for that. If both prosecution and defense are for this, I see little cause for refusal. Finally, some progress. Bailiff, please show the defendant and Lami to the witness stand. I suppose there's a first time for everything. Shall we proceed? Your name to begin with, if you would. Lami? Yes. He says Machi Tobai, the defendant. We did put a parrot. Judge must have forgotten. So far, so good. Very well, Mr. Justice, if you would. Huh? If I would what, Your Honor? Would what? You called the defendant to the stand, did you not? What would you have him testify about? What would I want him to testify about? I hadn't thought of that far yet. Apollo, weren't you going to ask him what he was about to tell us yesterday? How can I if I don't know what he was saying? Excuse me a moment, if I might speak? Yes, Lami. Just now, Machi said there is something about which he wishes to testify. Machi wants to testify about something. What could it be? One moment, please. The suspense is killing me. What? What? Well, Lami? According to Machi, he has proof of his innocence. What? This is a surprise. Yahoo! Victory, Apollo! We did it! This is sounding too good to believe, and I know what that usually means. Well, if that's true, then it is vital testimony. Machi, please testify to the court. Very well. Okay. All right, let's take a little break. Yep. When we come back, we will destroy this testimony. But until then, let's take a little break. Get some water, go to the bathroom, take a little stretch, get some fresh air, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. Cool. I guess we're gonna try our best to wrap this case up today. I think we might be able to. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, be right back. Oh my god. I always forget. We are back. We are so back. Thank you, thank you. We are back with some Christmas confections that I will be snacking on as well. Hello, hello. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for the welcome backs. Okay. Let's do it. Let's see if we can crack this today. He says that word of Mr. Latouse's death. Did I bring enough food for all of you? I have. If we can share this much among all of us, yeah. Do I like gingerbread? Yeah, I like gingerbread. I don't love it, but I like it around Christmas because it's Christmassy. A crumb? Okay. Like, gingerbread I like around the holidays. It's not something I would have a lot, but yeah. Almost Christmas means it isn't Christmas, true. If the killing truly followed the lyrics of my song, I, that is, he, could not have done it. He says that because the lyrics are in English, he does not understand them. Okay. I see. He wouldn't have understood the English lyrics to the song. That would prevent him from following them so closely. I wonder what he meant by proof. Why... He would only have to ask Lami to know the meaning of that song. Lami, did you ever explain the lyrics of that song to him? I did tell him generally what the song was about, but never in so much detail, and he never asked. Has my oft-repeated warning already fled that forehead? Lami might be protecting the witness. Well, anyway, let us proceed with the cross-examination. Mr. Justice, if you would. Yes, something's hidden in that testimony, I know it. I'll just have to trust my bracelet to tell me where. Okay, perceiving? Let's go. It'll work today. Yeah, he don't care. Machi doesn't care about the meanings of the song. Okay. Okay, let's try to pinpoint. It came as a great shot. Okay, let's try this. Yeah, we're actually seeing his eyes. Okay, let's pass that. Oh! There we go. Caught in 4K.
Gotcha!
AJ ... What? What did I do? Machi. Oh, okay. Oh, I was impressed. I see. I thought I did something wrong. Does he listen to music or does he just skim through it? I think he's a skimmer. You can't fool my eyes. You glanced towards her the very moment Lami said the word English. Why? And don't bother interpreting that. He understands me. I knew it! Vindication! Machi, tell the truth. You can understand English, can't you? I knew it. I knew it. Of course he can't. Must he continue this charade? Why is he so dramatic? Must he continue this charade? Mr. Justice, Machi says this. I know the word English. Huh? Before coming to this country, he heard me speaking English. Yeah, for sure, Jonah. For sure. We'll keep you company for your bus wait. I hope it's not too cold wherever you are. It is, Holly. He learned the name for this language, that is all. What? Give me a break. Is that such an unusual word to understand? Do you not know Espanol, for instance? Well, yeah, but I'm sorry, but he truly does not understand your language. Explain this. How does he know that crime followed the lyrics? Have you always been such a suspicious-minded lad? It is simple. So simple it hardly requires an explanation. He read about it in the newspaper. Okay. The Borginian Daily Bugle. You can buy it in the country these days, you know. We have it. Not too cold? Good. It's very cold where I'm at. It's kind of sunny, so the room is kind of warm, but outside it's cold. I was right. What is wrong, Mr. Justice? Your eyes, they are quite fierce all of a sudden. Machi's lying. Maybe it's time to show the proof that he's lying. Wait. Oh, right here. Yep. I have here a Borginian newspaper, the Borginian Daily Bugle, as a matter of fact. Indeed, there is a feature article about this case. Could you read this for me, Machi? That's right. It doesn't mention the lyrics. What? What is this all about? I'm sorry, Machi. You couldn't have read about the lyrics in a Borginian newspaper. What does this mean? But I don't see how it's possible. I know. He must have heard the lyrics when the police were doing their questioning. Yes. Not possible. The subject of the lyrics was not brought up in police questioning. I read the full report myself. Oh, he was cursing for sure. So the lyrics weren't in the newspaper and the police didn't mention them. The only place you could have heard them was in this courtroom. In English, no less. The witness will explain himself. Machi says, are we trying to get him guilty? Like, what is going on? Yes, it is true I read the newspaper, but this is not where I learned of the lyrics. I was mistaken. Perjury. Now I remember. You remember. He says he heard of the lyrics from me. What? Is this true, Lami? Yes, I'm afraid I've forgotten it myself. Then it looks like Herr Forehead's been jumping to conclusions again. They perjured! It seems so, yes. No! I was onto something, I know it. I can't let this chance slip away. Time is an issue today. Mr. Justice, are you finished with the cross-examination? What are you gonna do, Apollo? If I'm gonna keep doing it, I better have an angle of attack. Or else. My bracelet's still reacting. Your Honor, please allow me to continue. If you must, you must. Very well. Witness? You're right, I gotta stop mentioning perjury. Now I remember. I understand. It was I who explained that the crime followed that song. It's still reacting. Okay, let's try it. It was I who explained that the crime followed the song. Let me hear. I don't think anything happened. Would it happen on his eyes again? No. But what? It would have to be that. See, the Ace Attorney break has made me sensitized again. True trend. Okay. I can't see it being anything other than this one. Oh, wait, no, this is new. Sorry, it's this one. These two are new. Okay. Am I blind? This is my first. You're right. He does not fully understand them. I hope so, Trish. Wait. Did I see something there? Hold on. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Whoa! What was her habit? Someone with her neck? Hold on. No! Sorry, this is a nightmare. Is it this one? Oh, there we go. There we go. There we go. We got there in the end. I didn't realize I could look at her. We got there in the end. Lami, I'm currently cross-examining Machi. Why should you be uncertain? Me? Uncertain? Yes, you swallowed the very moment you told the court. It was I who explained. I see there is little point in trying to hide anything from you. Lami, are you indeed protecting someone? That is not a question with a simple answer. To tell the truth, I do not believe it myself. Then allow me to answer for you. Lami, you're protecting... I guess it's gotta be him, right? Yeah, it's cool. We got both of their habits. I didn't realize to shift over for some reason. You're protecting Machi. That's why you lied and told us how you had explained how the crime followed the song. I don't fault you for trying to help, but this is not the way. Machi, I believe you didn't do it, really. I trust you. But you've lied to us twice, and now you have Lami lying on your behalf. If this is gonna work, you will have to trust me too. Your 2 lives cover a simple truth. You understand English. You have to. Ah! Take that! Do you understand English? Yes, a little, if only. Yes, a little only. What? First he could see, now he can talk. And you did not know about this, Lami. No, I did not. It is quite a surprise. How many secrets is this witness hiding? This is last. I don't even know what accent he's supposed to have. Machi, could you tell us what really happened? No shooting. I did no shooting. So, you weren't in the dressing room when I heard those 2 gunshots, correct? I know, it feels like we're trying to put Machi in jail. It's crazy. Apparently, the answer to that question isn't simple either. Yeah, Lami's like, I'm out. I'm out. Good luck. I was in dressing room, behind desk, manager, he on floor. Man, I hope I get an Italian in the 4th case. I haven't been able to do my Italian voice, which would be right after the shooting, right? Then there is voices. Was it you and Emma, Apollo? So when Machi went into the dressing room, Mr. Latouche had already been shot. You should read all my messages in an Italian voice for real. You should read all my messages in an Italian voice for real. And then we came to the door. Panel high up, I take off. Run away, run away. LMFAO. So it was you who escaped through that air vent. As the prosecution has held up all along, no less. The defendant has admitted to being at the scene. Might we take this as a confession? What is that Twitter meme with the person who says, like, the mafia is not an aesthetic? And then someone goes, spicy meatball. Fuck off. How dare you? People like you should be sent to jail or something. It's that meme. I wish we could get a Dutch character in Ace Attorney because I want to hear what you think a Dutch accent would sound like. Trish, I've heard many Dutch accents because of football. I cook the pizza. I've heard many Dutch accents because of football, but I feel like I'd be really bad at replicating them. Cause like the one Dutch accent I've been exposed to is a guy I really hate as a person. So I feel like I'd have a lot of hate in my heart while I do it. The Karapika! Why Mafia isn't a fucking aesthetic, a thread. I cook at the pizza. Go fuck yourself, for real. I can't with these people anymore. I hate you all from the bottom of my heart. Ignorant pieces of shit. They replied again. They replied again with like, Mamma Mia. I don't have a hate for the Dutch. I love the Dutch. I hate one Dutch man in the world. But like, there's a guy named Virgil van Dijk who plays for Liverpool, and his accent is sick. He sounds awesome. Might we take this as a confession? Objection! He's clearly denied that he did it. I know shooting. Manager on floor, already on floor. Objection! The Mafia is not an aesthetic tweet. Reminds me of Jacopo. Oh my god, it's so... That's Jacopo's burner. The victim had already been shot, you say. I find that difficult to believe. The defendant understood the song lyrics. He was at the scene of the crime. This can only mean one thing. He is the shooter. Does the defendant have anything to say about this? He's clammed up, Apollo. Then let's ask Mr. Justice. Will you require any further testimony from the witness? Is that it? Is there nothing else I can get him to testify about? Wait. Of course there is. You don't even have one? That's like I've seen Dutch people who just don't have one at all. It's really interesting. There's another player I know of who's born and raised there who just doesn't have one. He literally just sounds American, I guess, just like you. Thomas Muller? It's not Thomas Muller. It is Eric Ten Hag. Eric Ten Hag, his accent was like a lot of grunts. He would just grunt a lot. He'd just be like, well, Machi, you smuggler, eh? Like he would just grunt and say a lot. I'm sure yours sounds beautiful, Sarah. But I can relate to the idea of not liking your accent, because whenever I say about and I hear the Canadianness in it, I'm like, ooh. I do say a boot. That cocoon has to have something to do with this. Machi, please tell us the truth for your own sake. I love basically every accent, except my own. No more speak, not to any of you. So much for your precious trust, hair forehead. Hey, you're the one who didn't believe him. Regardless, this brings us to an impasse. It does seem that the defense and defendant are at odds. I doubt we are likely to find anything more of value should this continue. I see no other course but to declare a 5-minute recess. The defense will work things out with the defendant so that we might proceed. Toronto accent? Some Toronto accents are awful. Some of them are really bad. Apollo Eustace. That was good. That's justice. Better learn how to say it if you ever want to get some. Apollo, chill. He's... Believe. I know shooting. Machi claims Mr. Latouche was already down on the ground when he entered the room. Maybe it was a trap and he walked right into it. Xenophobic Apollo? Suddenly, I hear revolver, close, very close. Then I hear a voice. You heard a gunshot? Yes, it is true. I hear a revolver, but only one sound. Wait, you're saying that you went into the dressing room and found Mr. Latouche already dead and then you heard shots? If that's true... You know, I'm just trying to make it consistent across case 3. I'm just making the accents curious and insane because this case is curious and insane. You're at the scene of the crime when you heard the shots, and you escaped through the air vent. I know. What do you know? I know if I open the vent, I can leave stage and backstage. So the vent went to both the stage and the backstage area. Is that what he means? True, Smoothies. This is true. He's right. Look, Apollo. Yeah. But how did you know it was connected like that? I'm kind of doing a Gru Despicable Me. I haven't even seen that. His father was the architect that designed the hall or something. I hear this from a magician. Don't look at me. A magician, huh? Well, at least we're clear on one thing. Machi didn't shoot Mr. Latouche. Yeah, but what does that leave us with? We're supposed to say that he went into the room to find the body and then he heard the shots? That one's gonna go over well in court. Not. Apollo, yours the defense. You're supposed to believe whatever he says, even lies. That's what Daddy always told me. Interesting. I'll pretend you misheard him every time. I know talking, no. It was worth a shot. That's Cocoon. Of course he's scared. Oh, well, I guess we'll have to try a different approach. That's the spirit, Apollo. So what's your plan? If Machi won't testify about it, we'll have to get someone else to testify. Someone else? I think we're out of time. Let's get back in there. Right. Court is now back in session. Mr. Justice, have you sorted things out with the defendant? Yes, Your Honor. We had a good talk. Very well. So will he testify? Your Honor, the defendant will not testify. What? Shame. And here I thought this was your big chance to turn this case around. Actually, it is. The defense would like to change to approach this case from a different angle, Your Honor. A different angle? If Machi won't testify, then I know who will. I would like to cross-examine the witness in this case, Lami.
Objection!
What are you up to now? I thought we determined yesterday that Lami's testimony was insubstantial. There's nothing you can... Lami was taken to the hospital yesterday with injuries. What happened? She was assaulted, Your Honor. Assaulted? Someone wanted Lami dead. Thankfully, she was able to save herself. What? I've heard no such report. Prosecutor Gavin. Why would anyone be out to kill Lami? Can you think of a reason? Well, think of how she is known in our country. A singer from overseas who doesn't speak English, yes? Yet someone tried to keep her mouth shut. Who could that have been? You don't think? I do. It was the same person who shot Mr. Latouche. The killer was afraid of her, afraid of what she might say. I shot her! There's something hidden in her testimony. Something that the killer doesn't want getting out. I am the killer! Me too, Briggs. I love looking at the sketches. So am I to understand this is what you were saying? Namely, that there is a nugget of truth in Lami's testimony, a nugget we have yet to uncover? Exactly. If Lami was attacked, this has serious implications. Very well. There were some vague points in her testimony during yesterday's trial. Perhaps we did not inquire as deeply as we might have into some. The court will hear Lami's testimony once more. Okay. Lami, I must apologize. We must ask you to stand again and speak. You need not apologize. I know that Machi is innocent, and I will do all that I can until the court realizes this. Let's review your testimony from yesterday. You told us you heard 2 gunshots and the shooter's voice through the window, and that the voice belonged to Darian Crescent, yes? That is correct. At which point I proved she could not be correct. She couldn't have heard any of those things. The small window at the... Yeah, okay. I do know there's something there. There is much you do not know. And yet it is my duty to hear him out. Perhaps the witness... Oops. Would be so kind as to testify once more to the court? Of course, Your Honor. Okay. I was on my way back. That's when I heard Mr. Latouche. And the detective. I heard the faint sound of a gunshot and stopped. Why were they talking? There was the smell of gunpowder. What were they talking about? I must tell someone, but... I was in a hurry, so I kept moving past the small window. Pretty much the same as yesterday's testimony. I'm sorry, I'm not used to speaking much in this language. Perhaps my descriptions are lacking in some way. Yet everything I have said here is the truth. Then it is my distinct displeasure to say this. What you have said to have happened is impossible. Do I have to repeat myself? Lami was attacked because of this testimony. What? Trucy? Apollo? You know, for a moment there, you were pretty cool. Maybe I do better when I don't try to think ahead. Peek! Very well, Mr. Justice. Perhaps you can coolly cross-examine the witness. Okay, there was, I think, the first one? Or the second? This one. What were they, like, what were they saying? They are adorable. Darian Crescent. I did not know his name at the time, but yes, it was him, the one who took the stand yesterday. How many times do I need to remind you that's impossible? There's no way you could have heard him. Because the window at this scene was closed. Is that why? Of course. Apollo, if we keep asking the same questions as yesterday, we won't get anywhere. She's right. Maybe there's a different angle? What were they talking about? Do you, by any chance, remember what they were saying to each other? Coulis, romaine lettuce? Oh, it's so cold. I have given it much reflection, but I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember. I only heard one phrase clearly. A whole phrase. You remember something that was said? Why didn't you say anything yesterday? Though my memory is clear, I was afraid to speak. You see, I do not understand what was said. This could be it, the clue I've been waiting for. What did he say? It was the other man speaking, not Mr. Latouche. The shooter, then. Darian Crescent. What did he say? It's over. Press the switch, now. Switch. And the shooter said this to the victim, Mr. Latouche. It's so Jover? I thought it was quite strange myself afterwards. It is a mystery. What could it possibly mean? Mr. Justice, care to shed some light on this? I mean, sure. I'd be delighted. It's very vital. Maybe we could add that to the testimony. Maybe, Apollo? From the small window, I heard a voice say, press the switch now.
Hold it!
Okay. That's not something a killer usually says to the victim, is it? No one else? There could have been someone else? Okay. Press the switch. Hold on. So... the switch is this. The remote trigger. I think that I think that romaine lettuce had the headset. Had the headset, maybe. And that Darian was telling someone else to press the switch. I don't know. That's not a contradiction, though. Is it? Do we YOLO it? Let's YOLO. It's... Maybe he was hearing through the headset him telling him to press the switch. Well, let's see this. We checked this out, right? Let's try. I don't know what this contradicts. Maybe the contradiction is that it was found on stage, but I think I'm too... Maybe I'm too big brain at the moment.
Objection!
Press the switch. There's only one key that can unlock the mystery of those words. Oh? There was nothing at the scene that could be called a switch, save the lights. True, there wasn't a switch at the scene, but it just so happens... I have a switch right here! Okay. That does look like a switch, doesn't it? The problem is... Okay, yeah. That's what I thought. I am too big brain. That was on the stage. The stage, where the concert was held. This was found hidden there, on the stage. Are you claiming that the voice Lami heard was of someone commanding another to press the switch? It's a possibility.
Objection!
Hair forehead? I'd call that an impossibility. Why? It's hardly necessary for me to remind the court of the layout of the concert forum. The stage is quite far from Lami's dressing room. Not to mention that the Gaviners were in the middle of the concert on said stage. It was because of the headset, though. We aren't known for being a quiet band. You can shout all you want and not be heard. The detective's voice was loud, but certainly not a shout. So, 2. Have Hair Forehead's cries of possibility fallen far short of being heard. Sorry, but he wouldn't have needed to shout. Excuse me? The headset. Do you need me to shout it out for you? It would have been quite simple to be heard on the stage from that dressing room. You like evidence, don't you? How about this? Using this, it would be easy to get a message to someone on stage from the dressing room.
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, perhaps you're familiar with this. Why, that's... What is it? Is that some kind of newfangled phone they invented while I wasn't looking? This is a type of transmitter, a communications device. Communications device? From what I've heard, that night everyone on stage is wearing one of these. Isn't that right, Prosecutor Gavin? Yeah, actually. They're for talking between band members. We all had one on. So you admit that if you were wearing one of these... Wait. Talking from the backstage to the stage would be simple.
Objection!
True, but wait. Those send out an electronic signal. To avoid interference with the audio systems, their range is quite limited. Lami said it was about 30 feet, right? Look at this cross-section diagram of the concert forum. Exactly. The walk from the stage to the backstage seems far, but the distance is less than 30 feet. That can't be. So when Lami heard the shooter's voice, he could have been talking to someone on stage.
Objection!
You're claiming this is the switch in question? Why did it have to be on the stage at the time? It could have been placed in a pocket and carried anywhere. Someone could have hid it on the stage after the fact. Hey, he's got a point. How do we know where it was when she heard the voice? When the shooter said, press the switch. Well, I guess we don't. An unfortunate situation. I'm afraid that until we know where the switch was, there's little point in debating it. I was sure this was the way to go with this. What is this switch anyway? We don't even know what that basic fact. It sets things on fire? Wait a second. I do know what this switch is. And if you follow that train of logic to its incredible conclusion, it ends up in proof that completely changes the case. What's up, Apollo? Apollo? We know about the switch, right? We know what it is. Yeah? Well, think of when it was used that day. Think of what happened. Well, Mr. Justice, if you have no further information to share concerning the switch... Your Honor. Yes? I've been remiss in not telling the court this before. I know what the switch is. Well, it seems the defense is set upon linking this switch to the case. Let's see your evidence of this link. This? It's either this or the guitar?
Take that!
Prosecutor Gavin, you remember this? That what? Is it one of those newfangled phones? This is an igniter. You mean it's like a lighter? Yes, actually. You aren't saying that this switch is a remote. I am. This is a remote trigger for an igniter. What? Look, I'll show you. You set it on fire? Mr. Justice, you will cease and desist from burning down the courtroom. Sorry, that was a bit more fire than I expected. If my whiskers had caught on fire? Prosecutor Gavin, let me repeat myself. You just tried to kill him, yeah. This switch is a remote igniter trigger. Doesn't that suggest something to you? You're talking about what happened to me, aren't you? Exactly, the night... Yeah. Unusual burst of flame in his guitar. I think so too, Cal. That's fair, Ostrich. I would love to see that too. Wasn't that part of the stage show, though? Prosecutor Gavin was entirely unaware such a thing had been planned. And the guitar that burned was a valuable keepsake. That's right, he got it in Borginia from Lamy. He said the sound was amazing, before it burned, of course. Now it just kind of smokes. The better the guitar, the brighter it burns. Hair forehead. Yes? Don't tell me you're trying to tie those two things together. Those being the shooter's voice heard by Lamy, and the guitar suddenly catching on fire. I am. It's really simple when you think about it. Mr. Latouche and the shooter were at the crime scene. The shooter was wearing a headset. He ordered someone on stage to press the switch. The switch was pressed and the guitar caught fire. Well, that does seem to make sense, though something about it is bugging me. Can't quite put my finger on it. Really? It seems pretty simple to me. Hair forehead, don't destroy what little respect I have for you. I was expecting something a little more sensible. I guess I was wrong. What's this all about, Prosecutor Gavin? His simple story makes no sense. Think, that night my guitar caught fire, yes. The cause may have been this indeed. However, the guitar caught fire during the second set. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Yet the shooting happened during the third set. The two are utterly unrelated. That must have been what was bugging me. The whole premise for this is faulty. See, his story makes no sense. Are you sure about that? What exactly do you mean, Mr. Justice? Maybe it's not the premise for my explanation of the switch that's at fault. Maybe it's our premise for the entire case so far. What premise is this specifically? I'm glad you asked. I'm saying that maybe the killing didn't take place in the third act. What's this? But Detective Emma Skye heard the shots and found the body. And that all happened during the third act. Gunshots rang out, and according to this testimony, Machi was in that dressing room at the time. So, Lettuce? Mr. Lettuce was suffering for ages? He was cold forever? Where are you going with this? Stay with me, Your Honor. He also told us this in his testimony, namely that the victim had already been shot. We all heard gunshots, but no one saw the shooting. This is insane. Before the shooting took place, the shooter was heard on the headset telling someone to press the switch. The next moment, Prosecutor Gavin's guitar burst into flame. We know that a remote-triggered igniter was inside the guitar. He wrote his ID. It took place during the second act. Yeah, no wonder. He was actually really, really cold. But that goes against the evidence. What does, Your Honor? This crime was carried out according to the lyrics of the song, yes? Hey, he's right, look. The bullet's supposed to come after the fire. You're thinking about it the wrong way. Huh? Look, why would the shooter craft the events of the day to follow the lyrics anyway? It's an awful lot of trouble to go through, with little merit for the person doing it. Well, I'm sure whoever it was had some reason. Yes, they did. A reason that made it advantageous to follow the lyrics. You're saying the order was reversed on purpose. I'm so lost. If the criminal followed the lyrics strictly, then yes. The shooting would have had to come after the guitar burst into flame. Yet Hair Forehead has raised another possibility. He's claiming that the bullet came not after but just before the fire. Couldn't have put it better myself. We were only meant to think that the shooting came after the guitar burst into flame. Hello to me. I am doing very well, hope you are too. That was the criminal's objective. The crime followed the lyrics to a point, but that was the ruse. Why else would the killer risk discovering by moving the body? Okay. Oh, is the music stuck in your head to me? I hope so. Okay, that explains the situation. The killer changed the order of events to create himself an alibi. In other words, the killer was someone who had an alibi for the third set but not the second. Thank you for the 2 months with Prime, Gochen. Why Gochen? Thank you very much for the 2 months with Prime. I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but sadly it has. Let me tell you why your little fairy tale makes no sense at all. It sounds good, I'll give you that. Oh, Mechonis Core, sorry, I was mixing that up with Mechonis Field. Yeah, Igniritha's more of a brainworm, of an earworm. I question your logic, for it's flawed from the very beginning. Flawed? Yes, a contradiction, Hair Forehead, one I've pointed out several times, no less. At the time of the crime, the small window at the scene was closed. How could Lami have heard a voice through it? Oh, I know that you would like to divert attention from this critical fact, but you're basing your entire line of reasoning on a false premise. Right. Lami's testimony is my entire case. That voice she heard, the shooter's voice. What if she couldn't hear it, Apollo? Look, what do we have? A man saying press the switch, and near the crime scene we have a switch, which acts as a remote trigger for an igniter. And last but not least, Prosecutor Gavin's flaming guitar. It can't all be coincidence, but how do I make it work? I see a more direct line of questioning is required. When the crime scene was investigated, immediately after the crime, that window was closed. Care to tell us how Lami heard the voice? A key point, to be sure. Mr. Justice, can you explain this to the court? Wasn't she not there? Wasn't she only there during the third act? Wait. She was there during that point in the third act. Maybe she was... Justice, you've got one thing to prove and one thing only. Lami heard a voice, and she heard it during the second set. Well, it's the third one. When we investigated the scene, the window was closed. The shooter had no reason to close it had it been open either, meaning it was impossible to hear the voice through that window. It's good to hear you making sense again. For a moment, I was afraid you might be a Borginian too. What? As I was saying, Lami couldn't hear the voice through the window. I think she's a goddess. Hello, Lux. Premier streamer AJ, Ace Attorney. This is AJ Ace Attorney. Hope you're doing well. Hope you had a great, weekend. A little bit of casual racism. Just a little bit. She heard it from another location entirely. What's this? You do amuse me so. I was good. I was good, Lux. Thank you. I finished The Penguin. I've been doing a lot of work. I've been productive. Here I thought you and Good Sense were back on speaking terms. Now I'm afraid you and Good Sense speak two entirely separate languages. Shall I interpret for you, Hair Forehead? Lami clearly stated she heard the voice through that small window. And there's only one small window at the scene. Are you sure? Think about it. Isn't there another? Oh! There is. Oh, that sucks, Lux. That sucks. Having the ending for The Penguin spoiled sucks ass. But it is very worth watching. Especially, I don't know how you feel about the Batman, but if you like the Batman, it's definitely worth giving a shot. Apollo's growing in confidence. I know that look. He wants us to ask him. Very well. You claim Lami heard the voice from another location. Mr. Justice, show us where the location was. So, I don't understand this. She heard the voice from here. I don't understand this, but I think this is the question. This is the answer. I think this is it. Oh, okay, there you go. So I think you'd really like it then, Lux. It's really good. I think it's this. But why did she not talk about the fact that she was in the crawl space above? If this is the case.
Take that!
That's where Lami heard the voice from. That's no small window, that's the air vent. Well, she doesn't speak English. She isn't fluent in English. What did she tell us? She said she's a Borginian, unfamiliar with our language. It's not a stretch to imagine she called this air vent a small window. Yeah, but why didn't she say she was in it? You've gone beyond ridiculous and into ludicrous. So Lami was up in the ventilation system listening to this man's voice. That's the only logical explanation, yes. Logical? I do not think... I'm with Clavier for this one. How the hell? I do not think this word means what you think it means, hair forehead. Okay, what about it isn't logical? It hardly merits saying. Why would Lami be in the ventilation system? Hiding like a rat, no offense intended to her, of course. The explanation for that is simple. Isn't it Lami? Isn't it Lami? You have been listening to our discussion here, yes? Yes. I admit it had me quite confused since yesterday. Yes, the small window was closed, but why should that mean I could not hear through it? I feared our prosecutor might himself need an interpreter. The problem here is words. True. Lami, this small window through which you heard the voice, was it up high on the ceiling of the room, not low on a wall? Oh. I was thinking about it the wrong way. Okay. It was on the ceiling. Wait, no, maybe I don't. Maybe I don't get it. Witness, you will clarify the statement to the court. Are you in fact saying that you were above the ceiling of the room, and that's where you heard the moment of the crime? Yes, in fact, I was. Why didn't we learn this earlier? This is crazy. I'm sorry. I never imagined it would become such an important point. Oh my gosh. Yeah. That's been me throughout this game, Sarah. Yes, well, why the heck were you up there? I believe it's time for another testimony. I'm not sure I can't. May I remind you that this is a murder trial? We will hear your testimony. Tell us why you witnessed the crime from above the ceiling of that room. Please. Well, looks like I'm on the right track. Oh, gosh. Whew. I was above the ceiling when I heard the voice. I had heard there was a small window there before. It was in the middle of my performance. I had no time to report what I had heard. As to why I was there, I cannot say. I am bound to secrecy on this matter. See ya, Soul Samurai. Have a good time at work. Thank you very much for hanging out. We will solve this case, maybe. It is a doozy. It is going on for a while, so I think we'll solve it today, but we'll see. We'll see. Bound to secrecy. What the hell? In my line of work, one has many obligations to uphold. But you say you were in the middle of your performance. I get it! I got it. I got it. So this did happen during the second set. I got it. I did not witness the crime, you must understand. I got it. I only know what I heard. But you must tell us what you were doing in detail. That's what the cross-examination's for, yeah? Hair forehead? Our mission in this court is to discern the truth. Big brain, I got it. No binding pact, no obligation may hinder that mission. Very well. Mr. Justice, you may begin the cross-examination. What are you gonna do, Apollo? I'm gonna find out the truth. She was up above that ceiling for a reason. I just have to get it out of her. Okay, what does she say for that? I cannot say. Okay.
Hold it!
She's not talking. What do we do? We'll have to prove it ourselves. She's bound by the pact of silence. But if we can prove why she was up to, she'll have to admit it. How are you gonna do that? She was singing on stage. No! Okay, we got it. So, she's bound to secrecy. Oh, which one did we present it to, though? She's bound to secrecy. And it was in the middle of her performance. She was going underneath the vents because that's her trick. That's the trick. Because she disappeared. But you know what's kind of crazy is making a blind woman go through dark vents from one side to another. That's crazy. I don't know which one to do. Is it this one or this one? Because I guess it's the videotape. You're right, the dark won't bother her, but the vents... You're right, you're right. Yes, yeah, sorry. Okay, you guys got me. You guys got me. So right here, there's a something underneath that she goes to. Okay. Okay, you were there, so we're not really contradicting her again, but we're gonna tell her. And it was this.
Objection!
Lami, truth be told, the reason for your presence above the ceiling is quite clear, especially when you consider what happened during your performance. What happened? Yes, it's all right here on this video. Okay, I didn't need to play it. Okay. This is the part people dislike? Yeah, because look, there's a square. Honestly, she must have been... She is so fast. Oh, me too, Lux. Look at the distance she covers in, like, 10 seconds. As we can see, Lami was clearly not on stage for her entire performance. Though it saddens me to be so realistic. Lami was incapable of actually vanishing, let alone teleportation. Unfortunately, I miss it. I did miss it, Silver. The only explanation is that she was hidden from view, and during that time she moved to the back of the forum. Apollo, what, Trucy? It's not nice to reveal a magician's secrets, and it's against the rules. But I'm a lawyer. I'm not supposed to be nice. This is all very fascinating, but how is it possible? There was only 20 seconds between when she disappears and reappears. She couldn't have moved that fast. Is something wrong, Prosecutor Gavin? This was his concert, his show. He knows how the illusion was performed. He's just realizing his own oversight. Let's look at the cross-section diagram again. Here we can trace a route through the ceiling. It goes from the stage through the backstage to the rear of the forum. I recall Lami's testimony from yesterday. Oh my goodness, thank you very much! Thank you for the raid, Frankie. Thank you very much. Take this. Ace Attorney, I get it. How's it going, everyone? Hello, Raiders. Thank you so much for the raid, Frankie. I think you were playing Metaphor. So I really hope you were enjoying it. Welcome in, everyone. If you don't know me, my name's AJ. I've been playing Yakuza for like a year, but we finished and now we're on Ace Attorney Apollo Justice. And we'll probably get to Resident Evil or Devil May Cry or something else next. Anyways, it's been super fun. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I want to try out and start Metaphor sometime. Kinda soon. But I'm waiting a little bit, but I've heard nothing but good stuff. I'm glad you had fun. Thank you so much for the raid again. And welcome in. We are deep into Apollo Justice Ace Attorney in one of the most insane cases I've ever played. So there are spoilers, but... Re-peak Tazio. I literally haven't heard a single person who said that Metaphor is anything less than very good. Like, everyone thinks it's good. Everyone thinks it's great that I've talked to. I haven't heard anyone say that it's not great. So I'm super excited for it. No worries, Frankie. Please get some rest. Thank you again. Next game after Xenoblade? Oh? From what I hear, similar length to Xenoblade. It's not great? Oh no. Oh no. It's masterful? Oh, there we go. Metaphor Re-Tazio. Nice. Metaphor and Chrono Trigger? Well, Chrono Trigger is peak. Metaphor is probably peak. Thank you again, Frankie. Please, relax. It shook me to the core because I got the game. Don't worry. They're going to be great playthroughs. I'd say the most likely playthrough is Resident Evil because I've been told that I won't like it and that it's not a good game for me to stream. So that makes me want to play it more. Because I'm a stubborn loser. She went from the stage to the... That's ideal, right? From the stage to the backstage exit. A perfect description of this route above the ceiling. Lami knew of this because of her part in the illusion. I'm playing the remake of Resident Evil. But it's not for sure. It's not for sure. It's just the slightly most likely. Were you not informed, President? Prosecutor Gavin? I knew about the Vanishing Act, of course. Yet I had no idea of the route that would be used. AJ hates Resident Evil and therefore hates me. I promise I won't hate Resident Evil. At worst, it'll be a fun stream series full of fails. Full of, like, awful gameplay, but tons of fun. At worst. And at best, I'll really like it. I heard Resident Evil 4 is, like, really, really good. Oh, whoops. So what does this mean? Are you saying that you used this route above the ceiling? I did. Well, that's that. But I'm still a little confused. Why's that, Your Honor? As I said before... There was very little time between when she disappeared and when she reappeared. 20 seconds tops. How could she do it so fast? Especially if she stopped to hear the shooter's voice. Top 5 least memorable games you streamed? Unfortunately, Prodigy, that is a loophole with the top 5. Because what you're asking for is a bottom 5. And people try to game the system and do that. Sorry. Sorry. That's a good question. Top 5, it's peak but like a valley. Nice. I know stories like that. Top 5 most nostalgic media you'd like to revisit. Animal Crossing? GameCube? Animal Crossing GameCube? Pokemon Generations 1 to 4? Though it hasn't been long since I last played one of them. Twilight Princess, but it's not like I've watched people play Twilight Princess recently, but I haven't played it myself in like 10, 12 years. Animal Crossing GameCube is the best one. And then other nostalgia that I like to revisit. Paper Mario 1 and 64. And Super Mario Sunshine. They're all video games. Mario Sunshine, yeah. Which one, Trish? Which series? Now, Twilight Princess is just one of the greatest things ever conceived. It's so good. Whenever you replay it, I really hope you enjoy it. Homestuck. Ah. I have not experienced it. I have not read it. Oh, it's better. Nice. We'll hear your testimony on this. Mr. Justice, it will be your job to wring the truth out of her. If you would, please. Right. I feel like a student before finals. Good luck, Apollo. It's really long. Twilight Princess? Is it? I don't think it's that bad. But then again, my perception of length is warped by Trails and Yakuza. So it is definitely not short. I followed the route exactly as I was instructed. There was an emergency exit in the backstage where a stagehand waited. Me too, Sarah. Because I think of, like, Infinite Wealth, and that's really long. And I think of Yakuza 5, and that's long, and Yakuza 0. And, Kiwami 2 took me a decent amount. No, not really. Kiwami 2 was pretty short. But, like, then there's games like Gaiden, and 6, and 4. And those are short. Me too now. I need the new Yakuza game to be like... It's not going to be, but I want it to be like... close to Yakuza 0 length somehow. But it's not going to be. It's going to be 20, 30. Yakuza in space? Honestly, probably coming soon. 2026? 2027? The plan was for me to move there in 2 minutes. That was not 2 minutes. I was on my way when I heard the voice. 2 minutes, you say? The mystery deepens. I suppose it was too much to hope that the judge would come up with something. As does my curiosity. Take it away, Mr. Justice. Right, Your Honor? All I have to do is find the contradiction between what Lami is saying and what we can plainly see in the video. I figured it out already. I am a magician after all. Well, tell me. Not a chance. I can't reveal another magician's secrets. Come on. You're supposed to be on my side here. Great question, Dave. Okay, so there was something with... That's fine. So, but it was to move there in 2 minutes. It was like 10 seconds. Oh, shit. Okay, top 5 series that are flawed but you love a lot. Yakuza. Yakuza is full of flaws, but I love it a lot. So if I'm gonna say a series that's flawed, I think it has to be like, no, like, for example, Attack on Titan has little flaws for me, but I wouldn't call it a flawed series. I think it's all in all really well polished. So a series, for me to call a series flawed, it has to be like quite flawed. Like Rebirth has flaws in it, but I still consider it to be not having many flaws. So a series being flawed means it doesn't necessarily mean it qualifies. For me, it has to be quite flawed for me to also qualify. If 14's an answer because of ARR, no, I don't think so. I don't think so. It's weird. You'd imagine it would be, but I don't think so. Persona? Yeah, that's a good one. Okay, you know what, Sarah? You're right. ARR does have problems. So does Heaven's Ward. So does Stormblood. Okay, let's go. Yakuza, Final Fantasy XIV, Persona. I've played 3, 4. I played 3, 4, and 5. Not Reload, but FES. So, series that are flawed, but I love a lot. Yakuza, Persona, 14, Kara no Kyokai. FF14 has never made any mistakes, and you can quote me on that? Oops, I just quoted you. Two more very flawed series. Or a series with flaws that I love. Does Metal Gear Solid have enough flaws? I don't think it does. Probably not. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Ace Attorney, that's a good one. Yeah, Ace Attorney, sure. Ace Attorney, and also, actually, yeah, I agree, Smoothies. Ace Attorney for the 4th one, and Trails. Legend of Heroes Trails. Because that series has lots of flaws, for sure. But I do love it. I do love it. Xenoblade has some flaws, but I don't know if you agree with that. The thing with Xenoblade is that if we're talking about the whole series, yes, but I only love Xenoblade 1, and I don't think that one's significantly flawed. 2 I think is, but I don't love it. 3 I wouldn't say has... I wouldn't say 3 is very flawed. But I love parts of 3, maybe not as a whole. I don't love 2. And I love 1, but I don't think it has enough flaws. JJK? Yeah! Yeah! One Piece. Jujutsu Kaisen, very flawed, but I love it a lot. One Piece, very flawed, love it a lot. Bleach is interesting. I don't think I'd qualify Bleach, because Bleach does have problems, but on the grand scheme of things, I can't say it strikes me as a very flawed series. I think Naruto is the least flawed of the big 3, though. I would push back on Bleach being flawed. In what sense? I think Bleach is flawed. I don't think it's very flawed, though. I don't think it's... Yeah, honestly, you're pretty much right, Thalia. Bleach's biggest flaw is just Kubo gooning for out of nowhere. Yeah, the Gooner content. Yeah. But I don't think it impacts the series nearly as much as... I don't think it impacts the series or my enjoyment of it enough for me to say that Bleach is, like, significantly flawed. I don't think it... you don't think it has a single grand scheme flaw to it? That's fair. I don't... In the, like... That's my thing. I think Kubo goes too far with gooning sometimes, and it kills the tone. And there's bad jokes once in a while. But structurally, I think I'd agree. I think I'd agree that grand scheme structure, I don't think it has a big flaw, which is why I wouldn't include it. The Monogatari series, yes. Yes. Monogatari is very flawed, but so good. It's really, really good. Naruto, I think, honestly, I can't think of, off the top of my head, I can't think of many flaws at all. Did we say Yakuza 7? We said Yakuza in general. Yeah, it doesn't hurt the story for me with Bleach. Naruto Wednesdays, I'll always remember you. We're gonna do a Naruto movie day soon. Movie 6 is not good. I answered the question, but is there another very flawed series that I love? Final Fantasy VII Remake, but not Rebirth. So... yeah. So if you're running... okay. Flawed masterpiece? The thing with the concept of flawed masterpieces is that it depends on how you define them. So is a flawed masterpiece because it would be a masterpiece if it isn't flawed, or is it still a masterpiece in spite of the flaws? Because those are two very different things. You think Remake is perfect? Yeah, I don't think Remake's perfect. I also don't think Rebirth's perfect either. But Remake has glaring flaws, like huge problems Remake has. And Rebirth has problems too. I never said it was perfect, but it's not flawed enough to put in the list. I talk about its flaws in the video I'm going to put out. Rebirth's bloated? Oh, not a chance. Not a chance for me. A masterpiece because of its flaws? Okay. So including the flaws, it's also a masterpiece? I wouldn't say that with 7. I think 7 falls just short for me of being a masterpiece. But like a flawed masterpiece, I'd say... is Yakuza 7, is what I call a flawed masterpiece. I'd call Yakuza 7 a flawed masterpiece. Would I consider Elden Ring flawed? Not to the extent of something like Yakuza 7 or Remake, but yeah, I think Elden Ring's got flaws. You think OG 7's bloated? Damn. Yeah, we big time disagree. I tend to like OG 7 less than most people, but I definitely don't think it's bloated. I think it's quite tight. Right, Mel? Yeah, the OG FF7 has so many problems. That's why when I put out my video on Remake and 7, I was surprised that I didn't get as much pushback on the idea that 7 has tons of flaws as I thought. Because I talk about its flaws so much. I talk about them again in the Rebirth video. So I wonder if people will push back on that. Song of Ice and Fire? Definitely not flawed for me. Like, it has flaws, of course, but I wouldn't call it a flawed masterpiece or anything like that. Fate Stay Night? Yeah? Do we have an estimation for the Rebirth video? Soon. Very soon. It's 9 hours. It's 9 hours. I am putting out a video that is 9 hours. That's why it's taken me 9 months? Two minutes? Yes, it can be done in 1 minute if you're running. Running in that cramped, dark tunnel above the ceiling? Mr. Attorney, have you forgotten? Is it though, Mel? I don't... I'm expecting like no views for it. Maybe it'll catch fire, maybe I'll get lucky, but I'm expecting like nothing for it. Rebirth content generally doesn't do super well, like playthroughs and stuff. And then add on to it that it's 9 hours. But I'm not like I made it not expecting anything from it. That's the thing. When you do big projects like that, you have to make them not expecting anything. Is that my longest video ever? Yeah, my longest video before that is the remake video, which is 3 hours, 20 minutes. So, yeah. I appreciate it, Lux. Thank you. Hopefully I don't gush too much. I probably will gush too much. But hopefully it's palatable. Yeah, Briggs, but, I mean, pay more attention to the other thing I said, which is that it doesn't impact my enjoyment of the series much at all. Like, it's not as bad as people might say. What about the Harry Potter series, Absabius? Do I think it's flawed? Top 5 Elden Ring bosses. Malekith, Radon. Godric. Rykard. I like Mohg a lot. But also Morgott. Harry Potter definitely has tons of flaws. Yeah. Like, I was ranting about some Harry Potter flaws last night. In the movies. But then even in the books, there are lots of flaws too. Is there anywhere to hear your thoughts on the Elden Ring DLC? My Twitter thread. When I finished Shadow of the Erdtree, I put a little review in there. But generally, I think it's really good. Really good, but it should have been its own game. It's really good, but it should have been its own game. Love or hate Romaine Lettuce? Love. How could I not love that man? J.K. Rowling prose? Even just like, okay. Can I rant about one detail? This is what everyone talks about this, so it's not anything new. But what the fuck? What? They gave a 13-year-old witch the ability to alter time so she could take extra classes. Welcome back, Anarchic. They wouldn't let, like, they won't... Insane. Insane. What's wrong with that? Okay, you're joking, right? Then I could get into the stuff with Deathly Hallows 1 or Goblet of Fire. That would be too much. But so they gave her the power to rewind time, but then also made fun of her for wanting to emancipate slaves. They did! Holy shit! SPEW. So okay, first of all, they gave a 13-year-old witch the power to rewind time and alter time so she could take extra classes. because they trust her and she's mature for a 13-year-old. All right, but she was really careful, so that's good, I guess. And then mysteriously got rid of all the time turners after that book because they realized it was dangerous. No, what actually happened is that the presence of time turners is a complete plot hole that would totally shatter any believability, so they have to get rid of them all. Is everything okay in here? No. We're talking about Harry Potter flaws. Even putting aside J.K. Rowling being awful, yeah. And then SPEW, Hermione's like, yo, house elves are enslaved. That's not cool. Maybe like this years of systemic oppression and enslavement of the house elves is bad, and maybe we should see if we can change that. And the response to that is wholeheartedly from all a lot of the nicest characters in the series, Hagrid, Ron, Harry to an extent. They like being enslaved. They like it. Hermione, stop giving them clothes and trying to get them liberation and freedom and workers' rights. They like being enslaved. They don't like having rights. Just leave it alone. And, you know, that sort of pushback could have been really good if the story then went like, no, you guys are stupid. It's good. What Hermione's doing is good. But then the plot line just kind of died. It just died with, like, Hermione being wrong for trying to free these elves. Crazy. Crazy. And then Harry becomes a cop. True. And then Harry named his kid Albus Severus Potter. He named his kid after the man who made his life hell for 7 years because he loved his mom. Because he loved his mom. Snape is the best character in the Harry Potter franchise. But he's not. The way the epilogue treats him is bizarre. Do you think that's why she's so transphobic? Do you think she thinks we like it? Maybe. Maybe. J.K. Rowling giving actual real-life reasons people gave as why slavery is okay, thinking she was cooking. It's crazy. The details in between both the things don't matter? No. Epilogue in the books? Yeah, there's a short epilogue. They reveal Snape's Patronus, and then Dumbledore isn't immediately like, what the fuck, Snape? We really need to get you some help. Is a tragedy. I love the I love the Prince's Tale. That's an amazing scene. But it's like, Harry names his kid. Like, Snape is so damaged. Snape is a horrible person. And what's great about his character is realizing where his motives were the entire time, and that he was playing on our side and wasn't like an evil, awful, totally, completely 100% evil man. And he was just like a bad man. Just like a really bad man, but not pure evil, you know? That's the essence of his character. And the really human nuances and jealousy that informed his actions and how he tried to redeem himself in a really flawed way is what's so beautiful about him. He's not a hero. He's not the bravest man you ever known, man. He did that shit because he was in love with Harry's mom. I know. Me and Hannah were bitching about, well, I was bitching to Hannah about a really bad scene in Deathly Hallows Part 1 yesterday. And then we were talking about it this morning, and then Hannah hears me screaming, and it's the same thing. Snape in the top antags list? You know, I've never considered him an antag. He would be, if I did. I guess he is, right? I guess? Yeah, Hannah was bitching about Half-Blood Prince, yep. That makes a lot of sense now. I can't say I've done that much myself. But checks out. Snape is really brave for giving Lily Potter tier 3 subs for decades. That's my goat. Gotta name my kid after him. More of an anti-hero? He's a weird one to classify. Do I consider Geen an antag? Yes. Yes, I do. Maybe because Snape spends 5 out of the 7 books, 6 out of the 7, almost, feeling like not an antag, and then he becomes one, but then it turns out he wasn't one. So, like, the feeling of antagonism isn't very strong for him. But yeah, Geen is definitely an antag for me. Do you guys want to hear what I was bitching about yesterday with Deathly Hallows? Okay, we're not going to finish this case today. We'll get to a stopping point after I'm done bitching. I do need to say, again, fuck J.K. Rowling, but I do love certain aspects of the Harry Potter series. I think it's good. It formed my childhood. It instilled some good values in me, and I do like the series, and I think it's good. But there's some stuff about it that I love. Prisoner of Azkaban is one of my favorite movies, maybe my favorite movie. However, let me bitch about something else. AJ, you forget that Harry's dad bullied Snape. That justifies him being an abusive teacher to all his students. Sure does. It is very accessible, that's true. It's kind of like Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood. But I think Full Metal Alchemist Brotherhood's better. It's less made of tissue paper, you know? Okay, so Deathly Hallows Part 1. There is a scene, right, where all of the Order... This music playing in the back is hilarious for this. There is a scene where all of the Order of the Phoenix go to... it's the Seven Potters scene, right? It's a scene in the Order of the Phoenix where all of the... in Deathly Hallows Part 1, where all of the Order of the Phoenix go to Harry's house to turn into versions of Harry. So 7 of them become Harry. And then all of them leave on broomsticks, on motorcycles, through thestrals or whatever, so that they can confuse Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters, and they won't know which Harry is Harry, so that he can escape, right? So that's the plan. But when they enter, Bill Weasley's there. And Harry in the movies has not met Bill ever in his life, whereas in the books, Harry meets him in the 4th book. But anyway, so Bill enters the house, and for some reason, him and Fleur, who we haven't seen since movie 4 as well, are willing to risk their lives to die for Harry. I guess they're just good people, whatever. But anyway, so Bill enters, and he goes, like, good to meet you, I'm Bill Weasley. And Harry goes, oh, like, it sounds like Harry's about to go, oh, fuck. If you literally watch the scene, Harry goes, oh, nice to meet you, pleasure to meet you. Like, it sounds like he's about to say, oh, fuck. But he goes, oh, pleasure to meet you, I've heard so much about you. Persona 4 rank 2 social encoded? True. And then Fred and George come in, and for anyone who doesn't know, the thing with Bill is that his face has been mangled, because in the last book, in Half-Blood Prince, he got attacked and just mangled by a werewolf. His face is supposedly, like, grotesque. But in the movie, he has, like, two or three slashes across the side of his face. He looks badass. It's a sick scar. It looks really good. It's like a thin thing. It doesn't even make him look ugly at all. Okay? It's 2 paper cuts. So Bill comes in, and then Fred and George are like, oh, he's really ugly. And then he's just kind of standing there, and then Harry's just, like, looking at him, and he goes, like, yeah, this is a gift from Fenrir Greyback. This is something I need to pay him back for. And it's like, the way he does it is like, he walks into every room and he waits for people to look at his scar so he can explain this shit to them. He just goes like, it's a gift from Fenrir Greyback. I hope to repay I hope to repay him someday. That's what I would do. Realistic. And then we get into the craziest exposition I've ever heard. Fleur Delacour, who is a character in this universe, comes in and stands next to him. And we have not seen her since the 4th movie. We've never met Bill before, and apparently these two are married. And then Lupin comes in. Lupin, who we haven't seen in ages. Sorry, we have seen, but he's hardly had a role. Since the 3rd movie. He walks in and he goes, just remember, Fleur, Bill likes his steaks on the raw side because he's part werewolf. Okay? He likes his steaks on the raw side. Think about, why would Lupin say that to Fleur? Why would he say that? Their Order of the Phoenix have been together for months. Bill got attacked in like June or May. It is the end of August. We know that Bill is kind of part werewolf now. We know. Lupin and Fleur know each other. She's clearly, definitely served Bill steaks, apparently. Why are you saying that now? Just remember, Fleur. Like, if you knew someone... If someone... it's hard to get across how much this annoys me. But, like... Me and Hannah cook a lot, right? When we get pizza or something, if we make pizza, Hannah knows I like pepperoni on my pizza. I'm not gonna go, just remember, Hannah, I like pepperoni on my pizza. She knows! So it's exposition just to do a little joke, a little quip that I guess he took 2 months to think of that. I guess he took 2 months to think about it. A little quip to get the audience to go, ah, ha, ha, ha. He's part werewolf, I guess? Holy shit. It isn't even funny, no. Just remember, Fleur, Bill takes his steaks on the raw side. It's like, okay. And then Fleur goes, you'll always be beautiful to me, darling, and kisses him on the cheek. It's like, what the fuck? He's not even ugly. Why are you implying that he isn't, if you think he's, like, what? He's not ugly. Let me show you his scar. I dropped the controller. Hold on. Bill Weasley. Scar. Look! Look at this shit. Look at that. He looks sick. He looks badass. What do you mean? You'll always be beautiful to me. He looks sick. No, it also doesn't look this deep in the movie, but that's what it looks like in the movie. This is what it looks like. This is better. This is a screenshot from the movie. Like, look at that. Look at that. That's a better representation of what it looks like in the movie. And he's just like, well, Fenrir Greyback, you'll always be beautiful to me, darling. It's like, what do you mean, Fleur? Why are you calling him ugly? By saying you'll always be beautiful to me, she's kind of implying that he's not actually beautiful, but she loves his inner soul or whatever. What do you mean? Yes, this guy's in Star Wars. Yeah! Goblet of Fire 2, that was bad, Trish. It's like, yeah, that was not good. And then also after this, so sorry, Fleur says that to Bill. Then Bill says the thing about the raw steaks or whatever. And then Tonks, who has a relationship with Remus that we haven't seen at all. It's great in the books, but we haven't seen it in the movies at all. We don't know they're dating. We don't know anything about what's going on between those two. Here's Remus go. He takes his steaks on the raw side and goes, ha ha ha. My husband, the Joker. My husband, the Joker. It's like, okay, I guess they're fucking married now. What? You two are married? Okay. I've never seen you two interact at all. Like, what? There's one scene of the two of them sitting next to each other. But I guess he's your husband, the Joker. And then What's going on with her is that she's pregnant. Writing dialogue is my passion. And what's going on with her is she's pregnant. So a big plot line in the books, at least, is that they have a kid together. So after she says, my husband the Joker, by the way, did you hear the news? Remus and I. That's exactly how she says it. By the way, did you hear the news? Remus and I. And then she gets cut off by Mad Eye Moody, who walks in grumbling. He's my spirit animal. It's the clumsiest dialogue I've ever heard in my life. Did you hear the news? Remus and I. Where would Harry have heard that news? How do you exposit this naturally in this moment? Why are you shoving all this info on us right now in the clunkiest way possible, in ways that no normal person would say? If my wife ever gets pregnant, I'm going to tell people by saying, what's going on with her? What's going on with her is she's pregnant. Deathly Hallows Part 1 is the worst movie? It's not! Goblet of Fire is! Goblet of Fire is the worst movie. But Deathly Hallows Part 1 drives me insane with its flaws. Also, there's a scene at the end where Dobby dies because he gets stabbed. Bellatrix throws a throwing knife or a dagger at him, and as he teleports away, it goes in the teleport and stabs him and he dies. It's literally a matter of seconds. It's literally a matter of seconds that if they were a little earlier, the dagger wouldn't have hit him. But he spends like a minute making a little cute Dobby speech. He goes, Dobby never meant to kill. Dobby meant to maim or seriously injure. And if he didn't do that shit, he would have survived, you idiot. Just teleport away. Meanwhile, there are people around him that he's supposed to be teleporting out dying while Dobby's doing this cute little speech. His last dialogue was sweet. Yeah. Yeah, it was. But everything before that. Dobby dying made me cry laughing. I cried when I read that in the book. Sweet and foolish. Dare I say it's acting, knowing that it says in the script you're about to be cut off. Yes! Yes, rather than acting like a real person who's about to be cut off. Yes! Because the way she says it is, Remus and I. Not, by the way, did you hear the news? Remus and I are... Like, that's how you get cut off. That's how you get cut off. Remus and I are... Like, as you continue, Remus and I. It's so bad. Goblet of Fire has really good scenes, but it's my least favorite. Oh. Yeah, we're not finishing this case today. You're suppressed about this and I'm invested. It's a very specific rant. It's something that's bothered me forever. I do feel better. No, don't feel bad at all, Dave. That was an outlet. Once we get to a good stopping point in the case, I'll stop. But I'm not going to finish the case today. Movies 6 and 7 were for me. 6 is very flawed. 7 has the most aggravating flaws. Some of the most aggravating flaws in the movie for me, or in the series for me, but I really like its good stuff. 6 is really, really flawed and does a lot of things wrong, but I really like the visuals and the mood and atmosphere and certain things that it captures. Goblet of Fire just really should have been 2 movies, but it does capture the Yule Ball really well. Ace Attorney streams are disguised as just chatting streams. You're not wrong. We can all agree Chamber of Secrets is underrated, right? I don't think it's underrated. I think it's one of the less good movies, but I like it. It's just like it's kind of stale. Like I think Chamber of Secrets isn't imaginative enough. But I do like it. Azkaban is by far my favorite. Second place would probably be these days probably Deathly Hallows 2. But Order of the Phoenix is underrated. Order of the Phoenix is it cuts a lot of stuff, but I think the stuff it leaves in, like, it does cut off some really important stuff that I'm annoyed about to do with Neville, but I think what it does is really good. So maybe Order of the Phoenix is 3rd or 4th. I get you, Mel. I'm similar. Prisoner of Azkaban is my favorite movie, and it might be my favorite book. My favorite book is either Prisoner of Azkaban or Order of the Phoenix. Chamber of Secrets is the one where they put a snake in the basement to kill people once a wizard race war starts. Yes. Yes. Chamber of Secrets is the one where they put a snake in the basement to kill people once a wizard race war starts. Yes. Yes, that's it. I really liked Order of the Phoenix, except for the last section in the Ministry of Magic. In the movie, I don't like that as much. In the books, it's still one of my least favorite sections, but I like it a bit better. But yeah, I get you. Am I wrong? No, that is accurate. You're not wrong at all. Oh, Holly, the Lego games are so good. Those games are so good. That's peak. Yeah, Lupin, Bellatrix, and Harry, and Voldemort coming back. Like, where Lupin is holding Harry back, and Harry's just, like, screaming, and the sound cuts out. Oh, it's so good. And then her just going, I killed Sirius Black. That shit was so good. And the stuff, yeah, and the stuff where Voldemort is trying to, like, convince him to give in to despair so he can manipulate him, but Harry just keeps thinking about, right after one of the most important people in the world to him dies, Harry just keeps thinking about the reason that he fights in the first place, and all the great times, and it shows a montage of all 5 movies, as Harry's, like, just, like Hannah says, writhing on the ground. Oh my god, yeah, and Ron and Hermione laughing, the stuff with Prisoner of Azkaban where he's playing around with Hermione's thing in the snow. Order of the Phoenix is really good. And Umbridge is good. It's like they did some bad, but like, and the DA, Harry teaching classes, they did that so well. Order of the Phoenix is really good. Dudley got saved, yeah. Oh. Anyways, that was a detour. Lux's description of Chamber of Secrets takes me out, man. It was the snake for the wizard race war. Oh. Thank you so much, Lux. Have you forgotten, Mr. Attorney? How am I gonna get back to this? We'll find a good stopping point and we'll stop there. Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix or Apollo Justice and the Orders of Hobo Phoenix. I haven't finished the latter yet. So we'll see. The Harry Potter one? The Bleach one, Dave? The Hunter x Hunter one? Dark or lit makes no difference to me. Oh man, that's what you guys were telling me. Fast and Furious, very nice. That's true, but... So you're saying that on the night of the concert you made the trip in 2 minutes? Yes, though I didn't make it in time. I nearly didn't make it in time. Attack on Titan, true. You see, I stopped halfway. Lami disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. How? If you want my professional opinion, I'll bet the answer's right there in that video. Well, Mr. Justice, perhaps you have some evidence. Something that can explain the discrepancy between the video and her testimony. Oh, God. They called it a race war in Fast and Furious? There's evidence explaining this discrepancy, for sure. There's one piece of evidence that explains the discrepancy between video and testimony. I'm fucked. It's over. They call the desert races race wars. That's crazy. Okay. She said she made the trip in 2 minutes, but she disappears on the video for 20 seconds. Why is Lami still lying? Isn't she definitely on our side? She's trying to protect, Machi's other crime, somehow. This case has turned my brain inside out. I have no clue what we're even trying to do anymore. That's probably because I went on a half-hour-long Harry Potter rant. Oh, well... What the hell? I bet, Mel. I bet. I'm glad I can skip through it. Okay. She said she took 2 minutes, but it took 20 seconds. What? What makes her dilate time? Oh, she's not dilating time. She just took longer. Wait, no, what? What's going on? What am I doing? He's cooking. He's anti-cooking. I have no clue what I'm doing. She has a time turner. They all got destroyed in case 4. Nice. Okay. Can someone explain to me in simple terms what I'm trying to prove? Because, like, she disappears on the video for 20 seconds, but she says she made the trip in 2 minutes. Unless she can manipulate time, that isn't possible. How was she gone for 2 minutes, but gone for 20 seconds in the video? It's called Aura? This is the part of the case that fucks with you the most? Yeah! No wonder. Sarah's gearing up to explain this to me. You don't have to give a hint. Unless you think it's a good idea to. I have no clue what I'm meant to be proving here. Maybe the video is super sped up? I don't think so. This isn't gonna be a she has a twin moment, is it? If it is, I just gotta tip my hat and say best case in the series. You just have to look for any discrepancy in the video. See ya, Lux. Thanks for hanging out. Any discrepancy in the video. Mirrorface is very Ace Attorney. Oh, the brooch! The brooch. How does that explain anything? So the brooch is gone because she dropped it there. How does that explain anything? Okay, it's the brooch. Let's try it. What is the explanation? Lami, do you happen to remember this brooch? The brooch! We saw that yesterday, did we not? It was found at the scene, Your Honor. Don't feel bad at all, Dave. We do that with Ace Attorney streams all the time. Like, we do it all the time. It's part of the fun. I loved it. It was found at the scene, Your Honor. And you're bringing this up now. Why? I thought we had already determined that when that was dropped. So did I, but we hadn't. Take another look at the video. I know! I just saw it! Skip it! Skip it! Here you can see she's wearing the brooch. So she is. Let's look a bit later. The brooch is gone. I'm so cold. What? I try. It makes me... It reminds me of the Blue Badger smoothies. Would I rather rewatch the performance or Latus's death? Latus's death. Yes. The brooch disappeared in the short space of 20 seconds. Why does she... It takes a full minute to run from the stage to the backstage. Which means there can only be one explanation. The Lami we see before the Vanishing Act and the Lami we see after. Best case in the series. Best case in the series. This case does have big Yakuza what the fuck energy. Am I okay? We're introducing a twin this late? Now was cooking. Now was cooking. The brooch was found on the floor of the crime scene, and not just on the floor, but on the floor directly beneath the air vent. Lami, tell me, did you drop the brooch on your way from the stage to the backstage? At the very moment you witnessed the crime? Yes, I think I did. What is going on? No worries now. From your expression, I gather you had no idea this was the case, Hair Judge. I, of course, knew about it. Shut up! What? Don't get me wrong, I wasn't holding it. It just never occurred to me that the switch and the shooting took place at the same time. Shut up, Clavier! So I was right, there was a switch. There was. Just before the stage's tower rose, Lami was replaced. While we're on the subject, just who was this replacement? Why, the man behind the illusion... Of course. Congratulations on your transition. Mirror face. It was Lamiroir. That's quite the illusion, but I still don't get one thing. Yes? Stop showing it! The switch happened, so you weren't on the stage. That's right. But this fake Lami is still singing. And she's pretty good. That's true. Come on, Apollo. That's an easy one. They were just playing a recording. Aha. The Gaviners aren't some kind of air guitar band, Fraulein. Oh, you mean I'm wrong? When we play a show live, we play live. No recordings. Perhaps you can explain, Lami. Very well. Do tell! Add it to your testimony. I'm going insane. I had to keep singing even while I moved. She's going through the vents like, sugar, sugar. What the fuck? Oh my god. That's amazing. Wow! This is peak. We have never reached this level of peak before.
Hold it!
You were singing. Yes, Mr. Gavin expressed a dislike for recordings, so I used this. Wait, so you were singing the whole time? Even when you were crawling above the ceiling towards the backstage? Why should it matter where I sing whenever we're... Girl, the acoustics! This is unbelievable. Why should it matter where I sing when everywhere I go is the same darkness? Wow. Wow. She got reverb. But if you were singing while you were walking... Yeah, lay it on us, Judge. That's right. Wouldn't the shooter and victim have heard? That's not what I was really thinking, but okay. She was singing right over their heads after all. She was... Latouche is dying. And he just hears her singing right above his head. What the fuck is going on? Oh my god. That is right. Are you sure? You'd have to be pretty hard of hearing to miss someone singing in the ceiling. Why didn't he hear it? Once again, we come back to the state of the scene of the crime. What state? I know what he means, the old speaker. Apollo? That's how I'd want to go. The speaker. The speaker was blaring at the time of the murder. That's from monitoring the stage. Yeah. Satisfied? That dressing room was fitted with a large speaker playing a direct feed from the stage. At my request, actually. So Lami was singing in the ceiling. Sounded just like Lami singing over the speaker. You'd love to see it. Ingenious! Her voice was hidden by her voice! Lami, I just remembered something. What? 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 Is Machi your brother? Do tell. When I heard the noise, the gunshots, yes? It startled me, so I stopped singing. I forgot the words I was supposed to sing. The song stopped. Thankfully, it was the very beginning of the second verse, so not many would notice. Forehead! That mixing board I lent you, where is it? The mixing, huh? The machine, Apollo. The one that breaks music into tracks. How are we gonna get the murderer? This, I completely forgot about it. Let's take a listen. Oh my god. Oh my god. What? Did I notice what? What is he talking about? Am I insane? Sorry, I have to play it again. I actually need to play it again. After this, it stops? Am I insane? What stops? What stops? The song stops. Do you guys know what? Did I miss it? I do know? Mayhaps the song does stop there. I must have missed it. Okay, thank goodness it's not just me. It's me and Udgy too. Look at the lyric sheet at the top of the second verse. See where it says pleasure, pleasure? Now listen again. Stop! Stop it! Stop! I can't! It keeps going. Pleasure. But a fleeting melody. This is evidence indeed. What? It keeps cutting off. What do you mean? What do they mean? I believe we're guilty of making a terrible mistake. What? The crime didn't happen during the third set. It happened during the second, during Lami's ballad. If that's true, then no one on stage during the second set could have been the shooter. Darian could have done it. What did we just prove? Well, Prosecutor Gavin, fascinating. I don't believe I've ever seen a trial turned around quite so thoroughly. Yet one problem remains. What's that? Hair Forehead's theory does have a certain kind of logic to it, does it? Yet it is entirely based upon Lami's testimony. Yes, is there a problem with this? Well, it's quite simple, though it pains me to say it. What if she is lying to protect the defendants? But you have no proof. All I'm saying is that the truth is yet unclear. Until we hear directly from the man himself. The man. You don't mean... Herlock? Platoos? Yes. Though he is a friend and a band member, Darian Crescent must take the stand. I see no other way. Someone with a new perspective... As someone with a new perspective on the case? As a suspect, to be frank... Finally, the rat's coming out of his hole. And I'm ready to catch him. Darian Crescent, get ready for justice. This is as good a time as any to pause for a brief recess. The prosecution will summon the witness. Have him here and ready by the time we begin. I'm the last man who needs to be reminded of what his duties are. Pleasure. Very well. Court is adjourned for a 15-minute recess. I have no fucking idea what we just proved. No clue at all. I didn't notice anything with the song. I don't know what that... What are we... I have no idea. No clue at all. Now I get to wait a week? Please play the ballad as the opening music? Oh, you got it. Okay, let's just get into the scene and then we'll... I have no idea. I can do nothing but bow. But bow in the face of greatness. Thank you. Thank you, pleasure, son. I hope you guys enjoyed today. We gotta leave it there, or else I'm gonna just lose it. If I haven't lost it already. Blue Badger was worse? It was worse in and of itself, but add the rest of the case to it, and it makes this more insane. The funniest thing is still Valent somehow masquerading as Lami. They just don't explain it? Sure, he's got magic. He's a magician. It is iconic. Just to be clear, I think this is amazing. I think this is amazing. If Ace Attorney is gonna go wild, go fucking wild. Go insane. I should be losing my mind like this. But, alas, we will have to wait for the conclusion of this case, and maybe the beginning of the final, I'm guessing the final one, next stream. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Oh, enjoyed our video on Great Ace Attorney 2 is so good. Thank you so much for joining me. I hope you had fun. It was kind of a blur for me. I had lots of fun, though. I hope you did, too. I can't wait to continue this and see where the hell it takes us. Until then, you can join the Discord if you want to. We'll be back on Wednesday with Bleach, Sunday with One Piece and Hunter x Hunter. I fixed to the appropriate time this time. And then a week today, we'll continue this game. Thank you, mods. Thank you, everyone, so much. We will see you, some of you, Wednesday for Bleach. I'm gonna go lie down for a day. See you guys.